there's literally like that.
Hello everybody, I hope that you are ready for our second day of conference. I'm very glad I can see a lot of participants, and I hope we will enjoy all our speakers that will be together with us. We have a great program for today, and I try to introduce you with this program that we'll be sharing through several channels, through YouTube and also through our websites. I try to share my second window. Okay, so I introduce you with International VFX and Game Design Conference in Bratislava. We have so nice poster, and if I'm speaking about this conference, so it is organized by Film and Television Faculty of Academy of Performing Arts, and it used to last during April for several years. I try to introduce you with our school in the beginning. So it is web page of our VŠMO. It's a performing school which has three faculties. First faculty is theater faculty. The second is film and multimedia faculty, and the third is music and dance. So we are in film and multimedia faculty. It is our web page of film faculty, and if we are speaking about our ateliers and departments, so we can recognize animation, documentary directing, film directing, camera directing, script play, editing, visual effects and game design. It's our department that we participate in this moment. Sound design, critics, audiovisual critics, and production and distribution. Our web page of Department of Visual Effects is rich on informations. I switched on home page, and in the home page we can recognize actual screening on YouTube. It is the first one. The second frame is from yesterday. It was a really great experience that we saw it, and here are some works from our students: master thesis, bachelor thesis, year final works. We have also statistics of our students. So yesterday we had a performance mainly of students Patrik Mariniak, Samuel Puchovský, Maro Seidman, Kevin Šimko, Martina Štanová, and Marian Valovič. And beside this we can saw 8 students from Portuguese school about game design. It was a very great experience for all us. Then we can see another works of our students, some examples of entrance exams, principles of entrance exams, and then there are our teachers. You can see that we have a lot great teachers, and I think that for 40 students studying on our department, so probably 16 teachers, it's a great number. So it's about visual effects. Here is Department of Game Design. We are connected together, visual effects and game design, and the system is the same. Now in this moment we have just 2 classes of game design, and we are preparing the 3rd class and the bachelor's exams. Once more, here are some students attending our game design department. We have great tradition with workshops, so on this page we can see a lot of workshops that we did during the last years. And the last very important tradition is that we became international. This green posters means that we organized international kind of these workshops lasting in April. And if you look on last year, so it is international conference from 2021. So here is the mainstream, and here is the picture when we saw each other, and here is proceedings that became from this international conference. So from this year conference there will be the same proceedings, and I appreciate it very much. But what I didn't do yet, I would like to ask you for a moment to switch on your cameras that we can see each other first. Please switch your cameras. Switch everybody, all students. And in Teams we have a special possibility to push the great gallery, and in case if you push this option, great gallery, in the top there is 3 points, and under these 3 points you can recognize great gallery, and in some case you can see probably more as just 9 windows. Okay, so this year it will be really international. If last year our conference was with participating of 4 countries, we had participated Portuguese speakers, Turkish speakers, Czech speakers, and Slovakian. So this year we'll have I introduce you with a program of this year conference. Once more, I try to share information about this year conference. So this year conference will be really rich. First I will tell that yesterday we had streamings of our students, as I said, from Slovakia. There was students from Portugal School Lusofona. It was a really great comparison. And today we'll see 6 speakers. In the beginning we'll hear and see Mrs. Tatiana Zacharovská from Slovakia, and I try to find the English version. Okay, and she will. She's from Department of Game Design, Film and Television Faculty VŠMO Bratislava, and later I will tell the abstract. Then we'll see and hear Mikhail Fyodotov from Estonia with team designing meaningful choices for narrative games. He's from School of Digital Technologies, Tallinn University. Then we'll see and hear Alessia Serada she's representing Finland, even she's original from Belarus. It's a very great experience. The value of NFTs in games. Then we'll see and hear Diogo Andrade from Portugal, and his team will be Tale of a Game Dev Studio and Anatomy of Failure, and he is from University Lusófona de Humanidades Tecnologias Lisbon. Then we'll see and hear Saed Safikanis from Austria. His team is Virtual Reality Technology for Every Discipline, and he's from Institute and Interactive Systems and Data Science, Graz University of Technology. And in the end, we can invite Sava Živković. He's a director from Belgrade, a director of visual effects, and his team will be CGI filmmaking. So it is program for today, and as I said, the result without our streaming or conference, there will be so kind of proceedings that our speakers will send me, and I try to public it with the IBSN number, and from every presentation there will become so kind of separate video recording. So it is program for today, and in this moment I would like to introduce Mrs. Tatiana Zacharowska. What is interesting on her that she didn't graduate on our school, but on art school, and she graduate kind of sculpture, as we can see on this picture, and then she joined game design, and she will have the first presentation. So for this moment, I would like to ask Mrs. Tatiana Zacharowska to start her presentation and try to share your desktop.
Yes. So here we go. Do you see my desktop?
Yes, everything is fantastic. Thank you.
Check. Good. So welcome everyone. I hope I will wake you up a bit and motivate our students and student guests to perhaps pay better attention later to the following lectures with a good purpose in mind. I know that some of you teach the design of learning games. My presentation will be more of an overview and a bit of a motivational speech, and also I will try to think about and ask you some questions also about the future of of game design training in Slovakia. So yes, so where do I start? We are at a very fortunate location in terms of fun and games, or games and learning, because we are about 100 kilometers and 400 years distant from Mr. Comenius, who wrote Didactica Magna. Those of you who dabble into teaching and instruction have probably heard about him. His ideas about school were revolutionary back then, 400 years ago. He advocated the use of games in school. And why I put this here is because it is in a way sad that here we are 400 years later, and we have to, in a way, sneak educational games, educational didactic digital games into schools against the will of teachers very often. But also, I have this here because fun and learning is nothing new. Even if you go into the modern history of teaching, not just looking back at the behavioral patterns of all kinds of animals that use play in their learning. So there is a particular definition of games that I like, that games by James Paul G, who also teaches the use of video games in teaching and learning, which is that games are nothing more than good problem-based learning with an outcome, a win state, where you know when you have solved the problem, which is in line with Mr. Comenius teaching quite on the spot, because that is precisely what he meant by practical teaching and use of games in school. So before we go into educational games and games designed for social impact specifically, I would like for you to spend at least, let's say, 5 seconds thinking about what you have learned from games that are not designed for this purpose. So fun games. This is a game that straight from the horse's mouth of Sid Meier was designed for fun, and any sort of instruction, teaching and learning came around as I would say collateral benefit rather than collateral damage. It came naturally from the nature of the subject matter. So I suppose that all of you who play games at any level must have learned something. Why? Because most video games teach us something, whether it is consciously done or not. This is Bloom's taxonomy of cognitive domain, which we use in designing games for learning and understanding the complexity of our cognitive skills. What you can see here, if you follow me from the bottom of the pyramid upwards, is that almost everything applies to games inherently. When you look at the bottom, the remembering, so retention of information, that is what we try to teach mostly, sadly, in Slovak schools. But if you think about it, it is kind of sad that kids at school have a problem remembering the chemical table of elements. Yet when they play MMOs or complex combat games, they retain immense amount of information that they are capable of using later on for rather complex tasks. While they have problems reading instruction for school-related tasks, they are extremely good at learning the rules and instructions in games and complex systems of goals and processes, because they have the motivation. In simulation games, they apply this knowledge, they analyze the situations, they evaluate it, and create new things, school-related tasks. So they are extremely good at common games that are designed for fun. In fact, develop your brain quite significantly. What they also do, games that are not designed necessarily for education, is they can develop your motor skills. Just think about the games that you have played. Spatial orientation. A lot of us have learned our second language or perfected it through games. In MMOs or games where you need to communicate with other players, you learn a lot of communication skills. You even learn leadership because you need to organize groups and bring them to finish a particular task. You learn empathy because you are put in a position of someone else. It is your experience when you play as your avatar in a situation which is not your own. You learn resilience, while very often in education and all sorts of tasks, we give up quite easily when we reach a harder place. We are extremely resilient when it comes to finishing a game. We can spend hours and hours cracking a minute problem because it makes sense to us. We relate to it. We are immersed in the problem. We are involved and invested, and we persevere. And also by the nature of the beast, since digital games are mostly visual and have great sound design, storytelling, etc., we also learn to appreciate aesthetics and improve our knowledge, whether it's conscious or not. So then, how are games designed for education and social impact different from your variety, fun, and recreational games that you take for granted? It is mainly in that they are goal-oriented, whether it's a learning goal or a goal to reach a behavioral change, raise awareness, or simply take action, change your way of thinking, at least for a while. All the use of fun, the immersive worlds, the storytelling, agency, which is extremely important because that is the upside of games. We are the agents, we control the environment, we have impact. When we try something, it matters. We have great feedback in the place where we need it, unlike traditional methods of learning. All games make use of flow and behavioral characteristics and tools, but they use it for a specific purpose. So everything is goal-oriented. Everything needs to be in line to reach this. Also, what they do better than those incidental learning games, as some of them happen to be really learning games and do have impact, is that they carefully match all the learning goals and the behavioral impact goals with the gameplay elements, whether it is by actually teaching the particular skill, whether it's evaluation of information, whether it's use of tools, or learning a particular sequence of behaviors. Even aesthetics and technology have to come together and for the purpose of reaching that particular goal. So you don't make a learning or behavioral impact game pretty because you want to try something new in terms of graphics or technology, but you have to assess beforehand whether that particular aesthetic or that particular technology will cater to your goal and will cater to reaching and impacting that particular group of players that you're aiming for. And also, what is very different from fun and recreational games is that games designed for education and social impact are very serious, not just in terms of design, but are very serious about testing for that impact. So your work doesn't end when you finish the game and you put it on App Store or Steam or whatever sort of platform, but your work continues. You have to see what really happened with your game. So that's the chunk of pure theory. And now for some images and examples. I will start perhaps with the very obvious. This is a game from across the border from Austria. It is perhaps, it may be even 10 years old, but what comes natural is that Ludwig teaches physics through an immersive game, which comes very natural because games are a great safe space for experimentation. They are like a lab that doesn't break down. You can try things, you can break things, you can see what happens, and you don't get punished by the real world. So it is a very good space to learn about things that you cannot try out in a school lab, or which perhaps is not enough to watch a movie for, because you need to see for yourself. You need to try it out. You need a hands-on experience. Another example which I like very much is a relatively recent game by Us2. And I put this game here because I very much appreciate the approach to teaching environmental awareness and also motivating kids and showing them how they can actually take action in real world, all the while using tools which you would use in natural world. So in going out into the forest, looking for animals, taking pictures of them, which is not always a good idea to do in the real world, because you would disturb animals, or you may not. It may not be a safe environment. You may, as a child, in these days, not really safely roam vast spaces where wildlife lives. But here you learn to gather information. You get an encyclopedia, so you get to learn hard knowledge. You learn to appreciate the animals. You get to restore a former wildlife reserve, and you get to make a stand. All the while you learn skills which actually you can use as a perhaps a child activist in terms of nature. And also what I like is that the game has a very strong atmosphere. It is truly beautiful to just roam around and let the day pass and sneak through a forest or grass, and it makes the child appreciate the beautiful around us and want to protect it. It doesn't start with a broken world that is ugly and depressing, but it starts with something pretty and teaches you to keep it, which I think is a very good approach for little children mainly, because you don't want them to put them off doing something. Another example, which is perhaps not so obvious to everyone, there are games that teach you to, for example, type or appreciate literature. I like Epistory because it really, in a sneaky way, teaches you to type. You use it for combat or whatever kind of actions that you take, except for movement in the game. And it also sneaks in a story which, by the report of teachers who have used it to teach kids to type at elementary school level, it also teaches you stylistics, it teaches you grammar, it teaches you also how to put together a story so that it's compelling, how to write in a way that that is attractive or not an essay kind of assignment. And it's very pretty. It uses a lot of it has the feel of a world composed of paper and folded pages of something. It feels very very literature-like in a way. Well, here there should have been a slide. Somehow it doesn't show, but never mind. There were several games that teach you to code, that teach kids to code. Some of them through like Code Combat, through typing all the instruction. Some of them using Scratch, but that was an example for using today's technology. You can't really imagine perhaps a better way to teach people to code other than hacking a game, adjusting a game, or perhaps making a game. So these games use exactly this natural environment for coding, and give kids an incentive to use them. This is another example of an approach to teaching, in this case of history. You probably recognize these graphics are from Assassin's Creed, and the creators of Assassin's Creed have realized that players are really motivated to learn about Renaissance history and architecture and culture through playing Assassin's Creed. So they created an open world where you can actually explore history without all the combat and action of Assassin's Creed. This is another approach to teaching history from across the border, from Charles University in Prague. They have created a set of games that teach Second World War history by combining both film footage of interviews with survivors with a narrative detective style game and comics, and have comprised the whole system of using this actually as a part of secondary school curriculum with methodology and sheets for handouts for students during their classes. This is another approach. Now we're moving smoothly towards social impact games and learning. Here are several games that deal with cancer. The upper one teaches small kids about what to expect when they are at hospital as a cancer patient in a very sensitive way. The game on the bottom, Remission, teaches teenagers what actually happens when they have chemotherapy and other kinds of therapies, because a patient who is informed, who knows, how the treatment works, is more likely to have the right approach to his prospects, and is motivated to get better, which in fact is very important for really physically getting better. Another game that Dragon Cancer deals from the other side, it helps parents to cope with the illness of their children, and it was also a part of therapy. So you get a sort of catharsis when you play the game from the perspective of a parent who can't do really much for their child. And the top one is another impact game which helps teenagers who have some sort of serious health issue to appreciate their bodies and have a positive outlook on life and their place in society. Now this is a game that tackles more of a current issue or persistent issue that was created after the wave of immigration from Syria, where it was quite obvious that a lot of Europeans had no empathy, sympathy, or will to accept refugees, and were in a way dehumanizing these people and treating them not as really as people who have needs and real motivation to leave their homes. So this was a text-based, story-based game that makes you experience the journey from the perspective of a young woman, Noor, who leaves her home and all the time communicates with her husband or fiance, and you learn to appreciate all the hardships that, whether they are physical or emotional or societal, that she encounters on her way. What I like about this game particularly is that the medium that it uses, just like this game, about also empathy, but also media security or information security. This game has several levels where we have found a phone and are going through it and trying to find out what happened to the person who lost it. Deals with queer rights and queer issues, homophobia, and other things. And here the medium of the phone is extremely natural to the nature of the games, because we use both these devices for communication in these situations in the game. So it is very natural. Even as you hold the phone, you are a part of the game physically. Here I'm moving towards the new technologies and their use. This is a game which our students particularly may find interesting. It uses a 360 camera and tries to put together an immersive world, more like an exploratory game or environment, where you become a Black man in America, and it's a VR game, so you actually see yourself. You see your hands in this situation. You become a part of that story, and you live it in the real world. So the VR experience is not just about what happens around you, but it deals with also dressing you up in the literally skin of the man to see what racial inequality is in real life. Another approach is with VR, XR, so a combination of technologies that make partially physical and partially digital experiences, which if you're interested in this, you need to really explore in depth, and you need to follow the technological developments, which are not quite straightforward at this time. But here are several approaches where this technology can be used. So in upper right corner, you see a game which is designed specifically for training of surgeons, so they can operate on non-existent patients. They can try real procedures, but also what is interesting in this game is that they can train for teamwork, and the game simulates even their relative position in the environment. Whereas the game on the bottom is the new trend in exhibitions, which are interactive and include games. This is a half virtual, half real escape room designed by the Worldwide Fund. It's a game called Escape to the Future. So you have to tackle an environmental risk in order to get out of the game within a time limit, and you have all sorts of interactive interfaces and footage and other media to make the experience really immersive. While on the left we have a partially or very much artistic experience of the history of immigration from Japan. This is the Book of Distance, which I really suggest that you look at, both in terms of combining various artistic approaches from real footage to the use of sculpture, and mixing it all together into an immersive experience which deals with real facts, and it also has a special approach to memories and information which is perhaps shaped and deformed by personal memories and the degradation over time and emotion. This is another approach to impact. The impact of the games does not necessarily have to be just about changing the player. This is a game developed by Deutsche Telekom. It is a game about spatial orientation, which on the background of the whole thing, when you play the game, you agree optionally to submit to have the information from your gameplay collected by scientists and evaluated for the purpose of, in this case, dementia research. So over 4.3 million players played this game during the total of 117 years of playtime while the research went on, and it is probably the greatest pool of research subjects that has ever been used. And now the information is being analyzed by scientists and can be used in medical research. Another sort of impact impact of a game can have several layers. So this is a project that was on one level designed in a much more subtle way graphically than what you see here. It was designed for so-called stupid phones that were used in rural communities in India and the surrounding countries. It resulted also in a book, and it had different layers which were aimed at women to learn about their rights, about their reproductive rights, about hygiene, healthcare, and management of a household, and also the value of education. And on the other hand, it had a form which was aimed at the Western world to show people what kind of problems the communities in India had to tackle, and it also motivated the people to donate, whether directly or indirectly, for the cause and for education of the women. So there are many ways that you can impact people and promote something good through games, not just through educating the player, but there are other possible avenues and directions to take. You just need to be creative about it. And here's an example of what has been happening recently around here. This is a project, a game jam that we, several small studios and an NGO and the Slovak Developers Association put together within about 2 weeks of the outbreak of war in Ukraine, with the aim to, on one hand, help Ukrainians fleeing from their homes. So whether by inspiring empathy in the receiving countries, or by motivating people to donate. So we have created a web page to go with the project where you can, when you play the games and you like them, or even you don't play the games, but you are a gamer and this is the channel that you appreciate, you can access various causes where you can contribute. But also the aim was to create games that will either teach empathy and show the hardships of our neighbors in these difficult times, but also to teach, to help teach Slovak citizens about issues which we have realized we are unprepared for. Like, for example, in the center you see a game that is centered around packing your luggage for when you have to leave your home in an open conflict, because we have realized that we cannot access this information. It is not available to us, even on our governmental sites. It is inaccessible. So we decided or one of the teams decided to create a training game. So you have games that are aimed at seeing the life of civilians, or even the game on the bottom is about mental health of people in Slovakia, how to deal with your abilities, limited abilities, or inability to do something that will make a difference. And then there are games that cope with the distribution of information and fake news, whether from the point of someone just watching the news, or on the left, on the right, from the point of a Russian soldier who doesn't know where he's going, and he's getting different information through his own mother. So this was a project that we also created, which we have to admit, in order to feel better ourselves. So it was a form of therapy even for the creators, because for that time it took about 2.5 days, and then perhaps some 4 days, 4 evenings of finishing up the project. So for this time, we had a feeling that we were using our skills in a meaningful way that can help someone actually. So here we get to the last part. I hope I still have time. Not much, but very quickly. This is all nice and good, but I have made Mr. Comenius ask again, what is the state of educational and social impact games design training in Slovakia 400 years later? Since we know how to make games, we do make these kind of games in Slovakia, but sadly, if you think about it, in Slovakia, you have no options if you want formal training to study the design of this kind of game specifically, which I'm sure colleagues who teach the design of games for learning can tell you that it is a much more complex beast than your common variety game design. So we have made several attempts. This is one informal teaching project that has just finished in January, so it's no longer continuing. It was aimed at teaching young people, from secondary school students to university students and young professionals, how to make games in a complex way. So it was project-based learning. And we realized after some time that it was actually quite interesting to give the students an increased level of complexity and giving them a better purpose. So the projects that some of them had to work on were of an educational character. So they had to communicate with subject matter experts, and they had to consciously guide their design to this specific goal. And oddly enough, even though they had to make a pragmatic design, you could say, they couldn't do anything they wanted just for fun and see how it works. But in some way, they were much more motivated to finish their projects, to spend the time and even work on them after the program was finished. So this is, for example, one of the games that was created. It's a game, again, about immigration, but it was aimed at secondary school students in Slovakia. And it was supposed to show them the hardships of the immigrants on their way from a bad situation towards something better. And it was also meant to show them what kind of impact the decisions can make, hence the name Dilemma, because Aaron, as he leaves his home, is beset by a cluster of dilemmas along the way. And what happened is that this game was recognized by UNHCR and now has also a methodology, a booklet for teachers at secondary schools, and they can use it while teaching civics and history. So a note to our students, as the last part of my presentation, is why should you develop educational and social impact games during game design studies, whether it is your specialization or whether you're considering taking on such a project, even at our school, for whatever level of study. One thing is that you gain, if you like problems, you gain a different scope and practicality of the project. So you have a straight aim, you know what you're doing, and you have also the light at the end. You have the goal, which is as a game designer, it is one of your favorite words. So you have a very well-defined goal. There is an added complexity in design, not just of the game, but also in terms of teamwork. And and in terms of testing, because you're not only testing whether the game works, whether it doesn't crash or players don't get stuck, but you also test whether it actually works in terms of your goals. While you're at academic soil, you have great space for experiment with technology and with different media, which you will find out later that it's not so easily accessible all the time. And one of the many things that you have an advantage with is you have time for development, for research, and for assessment, and a time to also cooperate easily or much more easily with other students from other fields that you need to put together your game. So whether it's programmers, whether it's music students, or whether it's teachers in training, or subject matter experts, it is much easier right now. And also a thing that is very crucial in terms of game development is funding, which you may have better access to while you're students. So please consider it. Please consider the possibility that your projects, even study projects, can have a positive effect on society around you. Art does in general, but there is an added value. And last but not least, with an asterisk, working on a project for a good cause makes you happy, which is a very important thing in these times. What do I mean about by it makes you happy? It makes you persevere with the project. It makes you move on and conquer your problems, because you know that when you finish the task, at the end, there is the big light at the end of the tunnel, because someone will tell you that this thing that you have made makes a difference. And it is really a good feeling to tide you over the bad times.
Okay.
That's it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Tatiana Zacharovská. I like this presentation very much, very important presentation. And by dramaturgy of our conference, there is time for several questions. Our students prepared questions, so I want to ask a student of the first class of game design, Mikita Zahinailo, and he prepared a question for his teacher. Mikita is a student from Ukraine, I have to tell, if we spoke about empathy one moment before. So please, your question.
Okay, good morning, everyone. And question, do you think there will be a lesson in future school where everyone will play video games?
I hope so. I hope so, but the problem is manifold. Something that we don't think about that much when we create games for fun is the practicality of the implementation into the classroom, because it may be easy when you create the game that the students can just pick up and everything is finished. The teacher can just tick off, okay, we're now doing this subject matter. You play this game for, say, 20 minutes or 30 minutes, and then we will talk about what you have learned. And it would be easy, but for a game for secondary schools, and we wanted to to tackle political geography. And what we found out was that the teachers have exactly 1 hour donation per the whole of secondary education for this topic. So the teacher cannot bring a game about this into school. And it very much depends also on what kind of teachers, because, for example, with the Assassin's Creed spin-off, the teachers who use it have to get quite a lot of training and have to dedicate quite some time to learning how to work with it and designing their curriculum around it. So hopefully it will get better, and hopefully there will be more cooperation between the creators of educational game and our wonderful Ministry of Education in the future, because that is really what will matter the most in this case.
Okay, thank you for your answer. And the next question will put Samuel Kocak, student at the 2nd class of game design. Samuel, your question.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, okay, so my question would be, do you see educational games playing a bigger role in our educational system in the near future?
Definitely. And there is quite a big market for games for young children that bring a more natural approach to learning, because children want to play. There are more. Everyone wants to play. You want to play. You spend quite a lot of time immersed in games. I play games quite a big portion of my free time, but yes, it's also about parents, what they will allow them to tackle, because it's still not as clear as to what happens to the child's brain and motor system and cognitive skills if you expose them to games too early. So even here you can notice that research, psychology, neuroscience is involved. We cannot expect to just make a game and hope that it works. There is a lot of science behind, so it depends. Yeah, but if you want later, I can share with you some materials about some directives as to creating games for young children, how to go about it to not cause harm, and what approaches to use, also in terms of the levels of cognitive development that are relevant at particular ages.
Okay, thank you for answers. So now we fulfilled our time, and there is time for next speaker. Or I want to ask if somebody from participants want to put the next question in case, just in case. Okay, thank you. So I want to introduce Mr. Michal Fiadotau. He's from Estonia, and he's from School of Digital Technologies, Tallinn University, and his main theme will be designing meaningful choices for narrative games. So please, Michal, it's your time.
Right, thank you very much. Hello, everybody. I hope you can hear me well.
Okay, we can hear you well. Everything is okay.
Yeah. Brilliant. And thank you, Ludovic, for the introduction. Thank you, Tatiana, for the interesting talk. As it happens, I teach in a program at Tallinn University that is specifically focused on digital learning games, so games used for educational purposes and training. But that's not actually what I'm going to be talking about, because I thought I'd do something slightly different. I also happen to be, like Alicia, from Belarus originally, and I'm mostly just glad I'm not there, but here in Estonia. So let me see if I can share my screen with you. So you should be able to see the slides. Is that correct? Or the one slide I'm trying to show? Okay, so let me just start my timer so I don't lose track of time. Right. So choice is a really interesting concept for game designers generally, because pretty much any game, or the vast majority of digital and non-digital games as well, you can describe the experience of playing them as going through a series of choices. What kind of choices depends a lot on the type of the game. If it's a strategy game, for example, like StarCraft, a lot of the choices will have to do with how you manage the resources that you're provided with. What do you build at what point in time? How do you use the units and the buildings and the resources to achieve the best possible outcome? If you're making a role-playing game, an important thing to consider would be what are the kind of choices available to the player that help them express their identity, or do what's called identity play and try to maybe reenact themselves as a different kind of avatar in virtual space. Right, so something like a character customization screen, not just the stats and attributes, but also cosmetic things matter to a lot of people. So constructing a meaningful experience out of that becomes a really important thing. But the kind of choice that I tend to be more interested in, and the kind of choice that we'll be talking about today, is more of the narrative variety. I don't know how many people have played Life is Strange, but this particular example, the kind of choice you're facing is, well, in this instance, the stepfather of a friend of yours busted the two of you teenagers smoking weed in the bedroom. And now you have the choice of, do you just kind of stand aside and let your friend take the blame, inflicting the anger of the stepfather, which they already have a problematic relationship going on there. But to be fair, she is the one to blame. Or do you take the blame upon yourself to kind of help out a friend? In the larger context of the game, it's actually a fairly meaningful choice, or so it feels at the time. But basically, these kind of decisions that don't necessarily affect something immediately quantifiable, measurable, but that do build up and have an impact on how the story unfolds. Narrative choices is what I'm going to call them. And there's a lot of games out there that are built exclusively or almost exclusively around these kind of narrative choices in different kinds of ways, and this includes AAA titles and indie games and everything in between. To the extent that choices matter has become a tag on Steam that you can look up, and that actually produces a lot of different kinds of games. But the irony with a lot of these games is some of the players have criticized some of the games, quite a few of them, based on the premise that a lot of the time choices don't actually matter, contrary to what the tag suggests. You do something in the game, but then the game has its own kind of plot logic that it sticks to, or something happens and the player basically doesn't get the fulfillment at the end of the day of, okay, I was presented with series upon series of different choices, but it doesn't feel at the end of the day like the choices did anything particularly meaningful to me. And that is interesting for a genre or type of game that is premised on you'll be making choices. Why is that the case that people don't actually often feel like they get to make those choices that actually matter? And that is something I would like to explore, and that's something I would like to talk about from a narrative design perspective. Not as much from the game design perspective, not so much in terms of how do we deal with the mechanics side of things, but how do the choices that people make in those kind of branching narrative type of games, which can be extrapolated to other game genres, but that's the context I'm looking at, how can they be made more meaningful to the player? How do we make things that feel like they matter? And to make it really simple and to kind of just drill down into the gist of a narrative choice, I'll use as an example a type of game that some of you might be familiar with, but that hasn't been the most prominent type of game around for the past few decades, namely game books, right? So in the olden days, maybe around the 80s, if you didn't have a computer, but you liked playing games, you might convince your parents to buy you a book. And the book would have, like a regular book, would have pages in it, but you wouldn't actually read it in order. Instead, what you would do is you'd read maybe the first passage, and it would give you a scenario, and then it would go, do you want to go left or do you want to go right? If you want to go left, turn to page number 7. If you want to go right, turn to this other page. And so you navigate this book based on your choices in this kind of way. And some of these games are kind of making a return, either as kind of digital editions, remasters of those older classics, or basically in newer forms of games like Detroit Become Human or Heavy Rain, or those kinds of games are essentially kind of similar to a more complex version of that basic thing, right? So just to give you a more visual idea, basically this would be the kind of game we'll be talking about. There's a textual introduction of a situation, and this is sort of from the middle of the game, so you don't get the context, but you can kind of reconstruct it from the example here. You're standing in some clearing, you see a group of human beings, there are 2 children, 3 men and a woman. Their belongings are wrapped in bundles that they carry slung over the shoulders. The clothes look well made and expensive, but they're dirty and torn. And at this moment in the game, you're flying from a threat, you're being pursued, so you need to kind of hedge your bets and figure out if this is a group of people that maybe needs help, or if there's someone who potentially poses a threat to you. So do you want to approach them, or do you want to avoid them? Those kinds of choices. They don't have to be binary, they can be certainly more than 2. But these are some of the basic kind of game mechanics that I think make it very clear when and how choices work. Now, I'm going to introduce some examples, and I hope you can see the examples now rather than the slides. These aren't from actual games. These are just things I specifically wrote as examples to illustrate the points that I'm trying to make. And I'll be reading them out to you. I hope you don't mind me reading too much. But basically what they are different types of choices of the kind you might find in a game book, and we'll talk about why some of them are potentially more meaningful and some of them are a little bit more problematic. Right, let's start with some of the pitfalls that you'll actually see in a lot of games. And this includes indie games, student-made games, game geometries, but also some larger budget titles sometimes step into this kind of territory as well. So let's start with the uninformed choice, right? So this is the context. After walking for many hours, you reach a fork in the road. Do you take the left path or do you take the right path? As much as I would like to play it as a game with you, we don't have the time, and I only have the time to actually write one of the options, so let's go for option number 1, because it doesn't seem like at this point you have enough information to make an informed decision. So let's say we take the left path. What happens? Well, you walk into the goblet ambush. You fight bravely, but vastly outnumbered, and soon succumb to your numerous wounds. Game over. You lost. Does it feel great as a choice? Not particularly, not to most people anyhow, because when making the choice of do you want to go left or do you go right, the game didn't really give you enough context. There was no information there to distinguish the good choice from the bad choice, and one of them was obviously the good one. So it's complete guesswork. It's a flip of a coin. You have a 50% chance of getting it right. This is not a rewarding choice to make because it doesn't really pose much of a challenge. And if you do go left and you end up being killed without having any prior warning or ways to avoid that, you feel like the game has cheated you, right? Because it wasn't fair on the player. Let's do another thing that often happens in visual novel type of games, which I label false choice. So different context, try to imagine the situation as a hypothetical imaginary game book, right? The ship is departing soon, but there's no sign of your companion yet, and no one in the docks seems to know where he is. Do you want to board the ship without him, or do you want to check the nearby tavern because you know the guy's a bit of a drunk? Well, let's say you're actually really desperate to make it on board the ship, and you go, let's board the ship without the guy. There's no time to look for Samuel, you decide. He's a grown man and must take care of himself. But then you remember the promise you made to Samuel's father, and guilt washes over you. You cannot just abandon him. Remembering how fond Samuel is of the bottle, you make a desperate dash for the nearby tavern, hoping to find him there. So what happened there, as you can see, is the player decides to do one thing, but the game tells them, hold on, for game purposes, narrative purposes, whatever it is, we actually need you to go to that tavern. So we'll give you some kind of excuse for why the choice you tried to make is not workable, and we'll do something else. And again, that doesn't feel great because what is the point of offering me a choice if you're going to just ignore it? Now, there's a lot of things you can do to hide this kind of thing or to make it a little bit more complex, but at a basic level, this is the thing that actually happens surprisingly much in visual novel types of games in particular, and it's just not a very rewarding thing to experience. Choice paralysis. One of my favorite kinds of things, when you think choices really matter, let's give the player as many of them as possible, and you end up with something like this. You walk into the rundown office building, the air is stale and smells of mold. Beyond the empty lobby lies a hallway with many nondescript doors and a staircase at the end. In one of these offices, Alice Jackson is hiding her invention. Where you go? Would you like to try door 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, all the way up to 110? Or would you like to take the stairs to the second floor? Or would you like to take the stairs to the third floor? Or maybe you'd like to check out the basement? With no additional information, the player is overloaded by the number of choices that they have. Where do you even start? How do you keep track of what you've already tried? Say it again. Or maybe someone just didn't mute their mic. Okay, I'm assuming I'm good to continue. So basically, this kind of situation isn't really perfect either because the working memory and the executive function that human beings have is limited, and there's only so much information you can process at a time. This is way too much. There's too much stuff to take into consideration, but also there's not a whole lot of information about how the options are different from each other. So how can you do something that's slightly more interesting and slightly more meaningful to the player? Let's have a couple of examples illustrating some basic techniques you'll find used in games. So one of them is choice based on inference. So instead of a purely uninformed choice, where you don't really have the variables you need to understand to anticipate, you are given some information. You're not given the full information of what's going to be happening, because otherwise the game is predictable and boring, but you have something to think about. There are two doors in front of you. The left door is massive and has two large metal bolts securing it shut. Despite it being made of metal, there's a large dent in the door. The right door is smaller, made of wood, and ajar. Do you open the left door, or do you open the right door? So compared to the left path, right path example, this is a different kind of scenario because you are actually given some information to consider. There's a massive metal door, there's bolts securing shut, so there must be something that has to be kept on the other side, and there's a dent, so that something is potentially dangerous, maybe. You don't quite know, but that's food for thought. And then when you open the left door, something like that might happen. You open the door, suddenly the door bursts open with incredible force, sending you flying into the wall. Before you can scramble back to your feet, you're attacked by an enormous troll. Your death is very painful, but very quick. You died, not a very happy ending to get, but at least you were kind of warned, right? So you were thinking about what might be a good option to take, and you had some food for thought, and it may have played out differently, but at least partially that's, and you decided to make that choice, and you were taking some things into account. Another kind of choice, potentially more interesting for me, is the trade-off. So again, left door, right door situation. The left door leads to the storage room where you could replenish your flask, grab some rations, and possibly find a better weapon. However, the door is locked. The right door will take you to the underground passage and out of the cursed castle. But escaping the castle will only be the beginning of a long and arduous trek for which you're woefully underprepared. Do you want to cast a spell to unlock the left door using 1 mana, or do you want to escape through the right door for free? And you'll notice that you only have 1 mana left after exploring the castle. So now this becomes a choice of, I only have 1 spell that I can cast, potentially for the remainder of the game or the large stretch of the game ahead. Do I want to spend that on seeing what's behind the door, which may or may not be valuable? Or do I want to keep that and save that for the difficult journey ahead, potentially missing out on the supplies behind the door? So let's say you do spend the mana, the door obediently gives way, but you're disappointed to see that the storage room is nearly empty. However, you do find some smoked meat and stale bread, which you may use to maybe restore some HP later down the road. And there's a dagger on the floor. That's going to be very useful, but better than nothing. So again, not maybe a choice that will make you happy. A lot of these endings will be pessimistic because I'm from Belarus for the most part. But you get the gist of it. There was a trade-off. You have to weigh your alternatives. You went for one of them, and you get a result. Risk management is a kind of related concept where you end up with things, neither of which is ideal, and you have to kind of, again, compare what are the risks and what are the benefits and go for either the riskier solution potentially or the safer solution that has some shortcomings. So there are two ways to get to the fairy village. A shortcut through the goblin territory could get you there by sunset, but it's a dangerous journey to undertake alone. Alternatively, you could take the safer, longer road that goes around the goblin territory, but you would have to stay the night in Clarkville and pay for lodging, so lose money. There's also a risk that you may arrive too late for the fairy ceremony. And so again, there's a trade-off thing. There's the risk of potentially being attacked and losing HP and whatever if you do the shortcut, but you'll get there faster for the important quest story events, and you won't have to spend money potentially. What do? Well, if you take the shortcut, actually, maybe that is a chance-based situation. A lot of these sort of original game books had a thing where you roll the dice to see what happens next, how lucky you are, right? So this is what happens here as well. You head into the Goblin Woods, trying to be as quiet as you can. It's difficult to see anything, and you soon lose your bearings. As you ponder over what to do next, you hear squeaky voices and light footsteps fast approaching. So let's see how lucky we are. Not very. Roll the dice, bad luck. As you try to get out of the goblin's way, a twig snaps underfoot. Suddenly everything goes quiet. The next moment, your neck is pierced by a crude arrow. So again, it was a risky decision, but you took the risk. In this particular instance, it didn't pay off. It could have paid off. Or you could have gone for the safer option, but maybe got a worse story ending at the end of the day. And then there's the moral choice. And that's the kind of choice that a lot of the choice matter games look to exploit and make use of as sort of a game mechanic, where a lot of the time it doesn't really connect to getting the best, kind of the most advantageous outcome, but it's more about how do you feel about the situation as a human being that relates to the characters in the game. So let's have this example. As a Teshi priest, you gave an oath to never set foot in the Dark Valley. However, your quest is urgent, and cutting across the valley is the fastest way to deliver the scroll to the Grand Mistress. The safest, too, as the sun is shining bright, and the ghouls will be fast asleep in their lairs. If you are loath to betray your oath, you must go around the valley and risk an encounter with the bandits. So the safer option is actually kind of the morally wrong option because it goes against the oath that you gave, but at the same time, at the end of the day, it's the most practical one that might save people's lives. So let's say you decide to go into the Dark Valley. This is the sensible decision, you tell yourself, as you descend into the foul-smelling pit. Too many lives are at stake for you to be following every Teshi road. As you think that, you remember your late teacher Tyrus's words. Even the smallest rule is a cog in the machine of order. You also remember how Tyrus saved you from starving in the streets, and a pang of guilt sweeps over you, and you feel bad, and also, game mechanic, you lose one morale. So, yes, it's a practical choice, but it's not a choice that feels great, and the game actually measures how you feel, and that might affect some of the outcomes later down the road. So, as you can see, the nice thing about the latter three choices, at least I think, is the fact that they are ambivalent, that they're complex, that even if you have two choices, and especially actually if you have 2, 3, maybe 4, a manageable number of choices, there's no clear-cut winner. There's no right and wrong choice. They're all a little bit right and a little bit wrong, and that creates this kind of space for deliberation. I'm going to try and go back to my slides and see what are some of the takeaways that we can pick up from these examples, or that I try to sort of build into those examples. One thing that's important to realize is that making choices in and of itself isn't necessarily a fun thing to do, at least not for everybody. Choices are fun in games when they meet a certain number of criteria, such as they need to be informed, at least to some extent. They're not just random wild guesses, shots in the dark. You have to consider some things in order to make a good decision. They have have to be meaningfully different from each other. So you have choices where both choices kind of ultimately end up leading to the same thing. You may as well not have the choices at all. They have to be manageable, because if you have too much information to consider, whether it be a choice paralysis situation with too many choices or too many variables at stake in any given choice that you have to kind of measure against each other, then you may have a problem, because the cognitive capacity of a human being doesn't really allow that kind of complexity whilst also engaging with the story of the game. Balanced. So this idea that no choice is obviously the right choice or the wrong choice, and that's actually something you'll find that a lot of smaller scale educational games struggle with, where there's a right thing that's baked into the game, and the goal of the game is kind of get the players to understand and remember what the right answer is, which makes it a quiz more than a game. Impactful. So when you do make a choice, the game actually responds. Something happens in the game that makes a meaningful difference, that you feel like the choice at the end of the day had some kind of effect, rather than being a cosmetic thing that just gave you some kind of response, and then the story kind of returned to the rails that it's on, and just continued with the plot lines that the narrative designer thought of for you. And there's examples outside of game books that you can find that play around with these kind of considerations. If anyone's played Oxenfree, that's a really interesting one, where it's sort of like a walk-in simulator type of game, where most of the time what you do is you walk around and you talk to other people on the same island, and basically you just take sides in arguments. You decide who to side with, you decide whether you need to be nicer to this person, or whether maybe you can mock and bully that person a little bit, because they probably deserve it. And you navigate these kind of relationships, which at the end of the day, the game keeps track of, and which will give you different endings for the story, depending on how you manage those relationships, some of which are more tragic or problematic than others, right? But also this kind of balance of just being the nice person. If you try to be equally nice to everybody, then everybody will hate you, because that just doesn't work. So there's this kind of complexity in there, and it's quite realistic with how the dialogue is written, which I appreciate. If anyone's played the Banner Saga games, which are mostly known as a turn-based tactics role-playing game, but they also have these narrative segments straight out of the Oregon Trail, the 1970s game, where you travel with your caravan and you get different kind of scenarios which affect how many people will survive or starve to death, or what happens. And some of these are really, really difficult, problematic kind of choices, which I think, in the interest of saving time, I'm not going to go into this specific example, but basically you make those decisions that affect both the story, but they also affect the game resources. How many people do you have in your group, which will matter for the gameplay as well. And then you have things like the Stanley Parable, the go-to example for any kind of experimental storytelling game, where what I find interesting about it, among many other things, is the way you make choices is not by making choices from the menu, because that doesn't have to be the way, but it's by where you go. So walking around the environment and choosing what door to go through, what to look at, whether to listen to the narrator who tells you what's going on, or do something contrary to what they're saying, that is the act of choosing. And the game responds to that. Right. So one more thing that I wanted to quickly go over is this concept of player rights. And I don't mean this in a sort of like Gamergate, what are the players' rights kind of way. I mean that in terms of how does the game play or treat the player fairly. And that's a concept that has existed for a fair amount of time. The term itself, the Player's Bill of Rights, was introduced by an interactive fiction or text-based game writer called Graham Nelson some 30 years ago. And the little book in the set of guidelines was mostly for interactive fiction games, but it's also quite useful for other types of games as well. And it's all about how do you treat the player fairly as a game. Now, importantly, the principles I'll list in a second are guidelines. So none of these are rules that you have to dogmatically follow. If there's a valid reason for doing it differently, then go ahead and do it differently. As long as you have an idea for how that contributes to the player experience, that's fine. But these are some pitfalls to avoid when, and there's actually an adaptation of the original book into sort of the modern game design context. I'll share my slides later if you want to check out the materials. So what are some of the player rights? Don't be killed without warning. And again, this works better for some games than others. If it's a shooter game, then maybe that's sort of less of a consideration, but even there it's a good idea to give the player a heads up for, well, this place is kind of a safe zone, so you can look around and navigate. This place, better look around and listen to what's going on in the environment because somebody might be creeping up on you. Don't be given clearly, horribly unclear hints. So don't have a situation where the game is trying to communicate some information, but it obfuscates it so much the information is actually worthless. You can't decipher it. You give it some kind of riddle that doesn't make sense. And at the end of the day, if you fail because you haven't understood the riddle, that's on you. But you don't really feel like the game was too cryptic. And adventure games have tended to do that a bit too much in the past, especially. To be able to win without the experience of past lives, and you'll find interesting examples that play around with that, but generally speaking, you don't have to die in the game first and then go back in order to be able to figure out how to do it properly. You need to have the information available to you during the playthrough, or so Nelson argued. To be able to win without the knowledge of future events, so you don't have to have the gift of foresight in order to understand how to make your way through the game. And don't have the game closed off without warning. So again, the thing that would happen with adventure games in the past would be sometimes you do the wrong thing and the game becomes unwinnable and it forgets to tell you about that. So you keep trying and then you realize hours later that you don't actually have a chance to win anymore. Don't do boring things for the sake of it. So one principle from Scott Adams, I think the game designer, is walking is very rarely gameplay. That's a similar thing. If you're doing something that feels tedious, there better be a really good point behind it. Have reasonable freedom of action, so don't be sort of on a rail track where the game takes you along, but also don't burden the player with too many choices. Don't depend too much on luck, so if everything is the flip of the coin and the player's skill doesn't matter, that's a problem as well. And don't be given too many red herrings. I don't know if people know what a red herring is. Basically, it's a distraction that is strategically placed somewhere to confuse you, but it doesn't have a practical purpose. Quickly as I can, because I'm running out of time, I'll give you an example from another game book from way back on Blood Bones. It was a game book in the Fighting Fantasy game series that's now been remade into a digital game you can get on Steam, which I wouldn't necessarily recommend. The goal of the game, this is the thing you need to know for the example to make sense, is to find and defeat an evil pirate that killed your family. So it's a revenge story. And the game also keeps track of how many turns you make because your time is limited. And if you spend and waste too much time, then basically you can't win. And so it's important for the player to be strategic and not try everything, just focus on what choices they make. This is what the digital adaptation looks like. It kind of replicates the feel of the book. Right, so I'll give you some examples of the issues because there's plenty of issues there. One of them, at the very beginning of the game, you have multiple options of what you can do because you need to find where that pirate is. And you can go to the taverns and the inns, or you can go into a really dangerous district of the city and see if you can find some information there. Or maybe you can go to the markets and buy some props and some stuff for your journey. Or maybe you can go through local cults and see if the cultists know anything. Or maybe you can ask the authorities for help. Or maybe you can just go, screw it, I'm going to walk around the coast because presumably they're pirates, they have a ship. Maybe I'll find the ship. And that's a lot of choices considering that the game keeps track of your turn. So there's a lot of pressure on the player to choose something and be efficient, but at the same time, you don't really have enough information to know which is a sensible option to go for. Then when you do go, for example, to the markets, you have two kinds of markets you can go to. You can go for the regular markets, or you can go to the more exotic, expensive one. And if you go to the expensive one, you can choose out of a selection of expensive magical items to choose from. You don't really know what they do. You don't really know what the difference between them is, but you can choose some. You don't have enough money to get like 3 of them. You have to choose 1 or maybe 2. And a lot of them are red herrings. They don't really do anything in the game, so it doesn't really feel great to choose something just, again, as a shot in the dark, right? And there's too little information. And then the thing where, the point where I quit the game when I was playing it, I remember, was when you find the pirates, you go to their hiding place. you're caught, you are put into sort of like a hold at the bottom of the ship, and the ship is set to ground. And if you didn't get one specific item, the shark's teeth bracelet, that one item from that one market, you may not have even gone to in the game because there's so many other things you could have done, then you're going to die. So without the past experience, or without knowing what would happen, or without being extremely lucky to have made just the right choices without any information that you could base them on, you're going to die and lose the game and have to restart. So basically, those are all the things that go against Graham Nelson's examples of how you design choices for games. So if I were to try and sort of summarize that as a takeaway point, maybe, a lot of these choice design things has to do with balancing things. Balancing player skill against chance. If it's completely skill-based, then it's a bit maybe too predictable. If it's completely chance-based, then the skill and the thinking doesn't matter anymore. Knowledge and guesswork. So don't give the player the full information, because otherwise it's just like reading a walkthrough. But also don't have them guess randomly without information, because that's not something that feels great. So have them make an educated guess. Risk and reward. Have them decide, do they want to go for the riskier option, or that also gives them more reward, or for the safer option that might not result in as favorable an outcome. Again, skill and challenge, right? That's a classic game design maxim anyhow. Make the challenge level slightly above the player's ability, so they have to actually make an effort and challenge themselves. Enjoyment and frustration. So James G also has this idea of pleasurable frustration. A lot of the time, the fun of playing games comes from kind of oscillating between and control, and this is so frustrating, I have to keep trying. Determinism and randomness. Again, there may be a predetermined sequence of events, but there may be also chance-based elements that come into play and that make for nice kind of variety and unpredictability, and also the choices that are mutually exclusive. So there is a difference between the choices, and maybe you can only get one of the multiple things, all of which are desirable, or one of the bad outcomes, at least one of which is inevitable. So these are some takeaways that I wanted to highlight in this talk, and I think I am more or less barely on time. So thank you, everybody. And if you have any questions, then do feel free to ask.
Thank you very much, Michael Fiadatov, about his presentation with the theme of choices. And I have prepared two students with two questions. The first one will be Adriana Jaszenska. She is a student of the first class of game design, and she prepared a question for you.
Yes, thank you. I firstly want to say hello and thank you for a great presentation. I enjoyed. And my question is that, do you think that the outgoing of giving the freedom of choice to players, like for example playing for a villain or doing something illegal in the game, can lead to the misunderstanding of general audience or players of the intentions of developers, like that violent behavior in the game can lead to violent behavior in real life, like the intention of the developer will be misunderstood what they wanted to say with the game?
Thank you for this. I think there's multiple things sort of loaded into your question, because basically it's like, do I think that video games pose a risk in terms of violent behavior on the age-old games and violence debate? I think it's a load of bollocks for the most part, which is not to ignore the fact that organizations like ISIS have been using video games in training, but those are specifically made for that particular kind of purpose, right? And military stuff, that's a whole different territory. Can the players misread the designers and developers' intention and read into the story something that is contrary to the message they were trying to do? That's the risk that's always there, I think, not just for video games, but books, any work of fiction, really. With the games, the thing is, well, you have some agency, but that agency is controlled by the narrative designers of the game. There's a concept of sort of game literacy, right? So being able to understand how games work and how to read and critically analyze them. That's quite important, because it's not only about playing as a villain and thinking, does the game mean that it's okay to hijack cars and beat people around with a baseball bat. It's also doing something in the game that's supposed to have maybe like a serious game. So to go back to Tatiana's presentation, a game for change kind of setting, there have been examples and there have been studies where, say, students in a journalism school would play a news game that is explicitly meant to be critical of something, like the McDonald's game is an interesting example. It's a game that's very much anti-McDonald's, despite the name. It criticizes the business practices because it satirizes them. But it does so in this kind of tongue-in-cheek, subtle way, and a lot of people play this and they kind of completely overlook that aspect. So for them, it was, yeah, it's a game that simulates how the business model of McDonald's works, and I'm not very interested in that kind of thing, so that's what I took out of it. So the critical intention behind it was completely lost on them. And that's the real danger that you have to face as a game designer, and I'm afraid the only way to navigate it is to really playtest a lot and see if people respond in the way you want them to, or if they don't, how do you adjust the game to make that more transparent? But at the same time, games are about agency, so you may actually accept the fact that there will be conflicting interpretations and people will have different, ways to resonate with the game and to interpret it. I hope this was a rambling answer, but that's my initial kind of response.
Okay, thank you for your answer.
Thanks.
And next question will go to you, a student from the first class of game design, Rada Králova. So time for your question.
Yes, hello. So my question is, there are a lot of AAA games that when they began, they were just simple games. They had one story and there weren't any choices in them, but as the series progressed, they turned more to the choice-based type of format, for example, Assassin's Creed, but the choices kind of, since the choices weren't like present from the first game, they don't really matter because they are changed by the later games or the novels, and if there is even a point to that, like changing the just story-based game to the choice-based game because it's popular now or something like that. And also maybe what are your favorite choice-based games, or you consider the best choice-based games?
I'll start with the first point, because games like Assassin's Creed are interesting to me in that basically with any franchise, with any kind of series, the problem that you face is series have to continue. So you cannot give the player an absolute freedom to end up in different kinds of places, because the story has to carry over into the next installment. And that's not just, it's also the case for purely choice-based games like the Walking Dead series by Telltale Games. Right? Every next season has to start from a point where the player knows what happened in the past. So basically, despite the fact that you keep making choices throughout 5 episodes of the season, at the end of the day, it has to come to a point where the basic events that happen will be the same for every player. Otherwise, they'll end up in different situations, or maybe the game will just ignore the different possible outcomes, and the next installment of the series starts from an assumption of this is the canonical ending. Also doesn't feel great, because then the game has ignored the choices you made in the previous round. There's always this kind of calculated decision of how do we present the player with kind of an illusion of agency, but the plot events stay functional for us, we can continue with them. And that's a choice that works better when you realize from the start that I'm probably working on a series or a franchise, which a lot of these games kind of do, but a lot of the time it's also a case of you kind of discover halfway through the process, oh, this game is actually doing really well. I might want to we should probably do a part 2, a sequel, and we didn't really consider that at all when writing out the story, and then you're in trouble. So I don't really have a definitive answer how to navigate that, but it is a challenge that is particular to these kind of games. And then there is the valid question of to what extent do you even need choices, because they may not help the player experience that much, they might frustrate them, anything. But the favorite games that I have is, strangely enough, it's a difficult question for me to answer, because I tend to just think of the latest thing that I played, because there's been so many that I liked. I think the Banner Saga was nice in that it also sticks to kind of a linear story, but there are decision points which will affect your experience to a large extent, and I thought they were pretty clever about it. More recently, although it's not a super recent game, I played The Night in the Woods, which is a sort of interesting kind of metaphorical indie type of game. But also, it doesn't even have to be a choice-based game. I'll just finish at this point. If you play something like Celeste, I don't know if people know Celeste, the platformer, you'll see that there are actually choices. It's not a game that has a lot of dialogue. It has a basic story, but mostly it's about platforming. But the choices you make as a player are things like, do I want to collect that strawberry thing that is really, really hard to get, or do I want to move on to the next level? So it's a risk and reward kind of thing. Do I want to keep trying, or do I go for the easier thing? Do I want to go and try this kind of slightly more difficult level, or am I okay with just the basic story? And then at the end of the process, the game kind of reflects on that, and you can make your way to the good ending, but there's different flavors, and it will reward persistence to a larger extent. And I think it's a nice way to kind of subtly integrate some decisions into the level design without making it about a menu-based thing you have options to choose from. Right, I think that's about it.
Okay, thank you very much for your answers. And now we'll continue in our next presentations. And the next presentation will be from Alessia Sereda. She's from Finland, and she will speak.
Alicia. I'm sorry, Alicia Sereda. Sereda. Now from Finland. Yes.
Yeah. So welcome from Finland. School of Marketing and Communication Studies, University of Vasa. So how do you feel in Vasa, and how do you feel in the very northern areas of of our world? So a very long winter.
You know, the winter is fine. The worst thing is that the sun is never at the right place in the sky, and this is a very short time during the year when you have a normal day and an almost normal night. The rest of the year is completely messed up. That's the thing, yes.
Okay, so I hope that this messed up life doesn't influence your game or games lab. So try to explain your idea about money.
Yes. Let's talk about money and new forms of money and value. So what I'm doing in Finland is I'm writing a dissertation on NFTs, and I'm here to tell you, like, now you had really great, amazing teachers who would explain the good side of gaming to you. And now I'm going to explain you the dark side, but you need to know about it because that's where the money are right now. So NFTs, non-fungible tokens, and my dissertation is about the value of non-fungible tokens in the game CryptoKitties, but generally I know how other games work as well, and I will tell you now. And probably, unless you've been living under the rock, you have probably heard about NFTs this year and how crazy the prices are. And if you've been living under a pet rock, probably you don't remember, but that was a thing. That was a toy, a pet rock. Then, of course, you have heard about NFTs in games because if you look at most blockchain-based games, and then you look at those things, novelty toys, such as a pet rock that does absolutely nothing. You pay money, you buy a rock, and it does nothing. So this is basically the mechanics of most NFT-based games right now, unfortunately. But we see this area developing, we see this industry developing, and now sometimes we see more mechanics than actually collecting rare items that may not have any value outside of this community of collectors. So yes, we need to know more about the value of NFTs. And so NFTs are non-fungible tokens on blockchain. Those are basically virtual goods. Look at them as you look at the virtual goods in games. Look at them as purchases. For the sake of our talk today, there are many other dimensions to them, especially when we speak about art on blockchain, but we are not speaking about art. We're only speaking about games. So crypto games appeared in late 2017. And firstly, there were more proofs of concept than games. The goal of their creators was to prove that you can build a on blockchain. And the first successful example was CryptoKitties. There were other games that came a little bit earlier where you could, but they were mostly games of chance, more like gambling games that involved Bitcoin, that involved other smaller cryptocurrencies, and they were basically gambling games. So CryptoKitties is probably the first game that also had some mechanics beyond gambling. It is still a gambling game, a game of luck, a game of chance, but it still has some elements that were borrowed from pet simulators and pet breeding simulators. So you have kitties, you can breed them, you get more kitties, you can sell them for money and so on. After this first game turned out really successful, many crypto-based games went into production in 2018, and this is where I started writing my dissertation, or at least started working on my research for my future dissertation. But then the market crashed, as it always does in crypto, and we had what is called a crypto winter. So many credible game design project ran out of money, ran out of investments, or for instance, they had their funds in cryptocurrencies and they suddenly decimated in value and they were done. So unfortunately, this killed a lot of actually playable and interesting game projects, but now we have the revival, and the revival came after NFTs became a popular vehicle for speculation on the art market. However, to me, it seems that crypto games have never recovered from this blow. And now all investors' money go into collectible NFTs. But maybe you will be invited to some gaming project, to some project that implements NFTs. Maybe a major studio will invite you to work on NFTs for them. So this is what you need to know. So CryptoKitties, it's a browser game. All you need is a browser and a cryptocurrency wallet extension that you install in your browser, and then you can spend cryptocurrency Ether and buy these kitties, trade these kitties, and sell them. Please don't do it now, because now the game has become prohibitively expensive and very, very slow. So you won't really get any pleasure from it unless you're very rich, have a gambling addiction problem, and you have been in the scene for at least 2 or 3 years, because this is the typical picture of the person who can play CryptoKitties as of year 2022 and not lose enormous money. So players breed these kitties, but typically you don't really get something that you can sell. Typically you lose this gamble and you get some kitty that you cannot sell. But the game also has its own peer-to-peer marketplace where you can try to sell those kitties for cryptocurrency Ether. The game publishers also have their own blockchain, and they're kind of trying to migrate the game from one blockchain to another, which is always a bad idea. So this is the state of the game now. However, it has taught us really a lot about how these markets work in games, how these markets of new virtual goods now on blockchain work. If you use cryptocurrencies, which you can exchange for real world money. So, and of course, the first motivation for many people was, can you get rich by doing it? And yes, you can get rich by doing it, but the deeper into the game, the more it becomes like professional trading. So this is external analytics that you need to play this game. There are all kinds of scams, all kinds of or kinds of very complicated arrangements between traders and trade washing, and of course algorithmic trading. Of course, players build bots. If players can build bots, like if there is a financial incentive, of course players will build bots to get this free money. So most of the game is still played by bots, but yeah, and most of the revenue like most of the profits comes to those players who are good at building bots. So, and this is also what we see when we research this game as quantitative researchers, for example. There are a few papers, I will share them later. And however, there are quite a lot of people who still enjoy this game, because this kind of speculation, it is kind of a game by itself, a game in itself, a game in money, a game with money. And also when you look at the history of multiplayer online games, this is not particularly new. There was the gray market of CSGO skins a while ago, for example, but these did not last for long because Steam and Valve implemented some ways to make speculation for profit less viable. So yeah, and there were of course attempts to put CSGO skins on blockchain, of course, and that was also a thing for a while, but it did not last for long again, because when you use blockchain-based assets in a real game, it skews, like it destroys your balance, it destroys the balance of your economy immediately. Because it is a decentralized economy, it is peer-to-peer economy. Players sell stuff to other players, and the market goes beyond the control of the game publisher or a game developer. And of course, this causes lots of exploitation on the market and manipulation. However, after NFTs became a thing in 2021-22, less so in 22, big game companies finally started treating this NFT craze seriously. They started seeing value in it. So what kind of value do they see? This is the iconic example. Square Enix embraces NFTs. They will probably build their own metaverse. They probably hope to make money. And the reason, at least that this is what the critics say, is that in this metaverse that they're supposedly building, they can earn money by doing nothing. So it will be, they will hold their intellectual property, they will hold all those iconic game characters and iconic game brands, and they will just leave it to players to buy and sell stuff on their platform, and they will take a share of the transactions, and they will get rich while everybody else would be just trying to survive in this new metaverse. So I think this is their plan. It is probably a viable business plan, but it is also not exactly ethical towards players. So if you are participating in an NFT project, it might be something like that. Value for the company, not much value for the players. And value for the players is something that players should create themselves. So what kind of value is there? First, NFTs were traded for cryptocurrencies. CryptoKitties were first traded for Ether, but it is changing. Now they have different currencies inside the game. Now other blockchain-based games are kind of moving beyond blockchain. However, the first idea of value in blockchain games came from the value of cryptocurrencies, which is a much disputed topic by itself. You can explain the value of Bitcoin through the metaphor of gold, because it is immutable, it is cryptographically protected, it is indestructible, just like gold. But this is the semiotic approach. This is how you assign meaning to things. Bitcoin is not like gold in any other sense rather than in this semiotic sense. You can look at that pragmatically. Bitcoin costs just as much as you pay to mine it, and all the rest comes from exchange value, which is also fueled by speculation. This is also this is the very reasonable approach that has no relevance to gaming so far. Then, of course, we have this religious approach of blockchain believers that Nakamoto is God, code is law, everything that is on blockchain is sacred. You may believe this, and I don't blame you, but if you believe this, you need also to deal. You also need to deal with the empirical reality of that not all people will believe the same. And finally, when you look at pitches of blockchain businesses, blockchain startups, they all speak about utility value. They all mention utility value. So these cryptocurrencies, these minor altcoins, these tokens, they need some utility. They need to be used in just any other way rather than trading them on exchanges. All cryptocurrencies, all blockchain projects speak about that, which means that they still need this utility value, and this utility value for a very brief period was found exactly in games. And this is where I started my research. I started looking into this CryptoKitties game. I started looking at different ways by which this value is constructed in games. So if cryptocurrencies are used in a game, this gives the cryptocurrency the utility. It gives it use value. You can use Ether by buying CryptoKitties and playing with them, for instance. But is there any value that is created inside the game? Is there any value that is created for players? In my own research, which is just a small, very small part of research, I haven't found any other procedures of value creation beyond speculation. Although I could observe that some people would actually make money, and not just by speculation. Those were the people who would make a lot of friends, participate in the community, and they would eventually be hired somewhere, or probably they would get into some better project and into some better game, or they would like create unique designs and sell them beyond all this cryptocurrency, CryptoKitties market. So they would still create some kind of social credits for them by participating in the life of community, and they would probably profit from being a part of this crypto community in some other ways, not just by speculation. So there is this playful dimension. There are those players who get somewhere, who actually find better opportunities in this area. And again, if you are being offered the if you will get an offer that you can't resist from some crypto blockchain project, maybe it's not a bad thing to take it as long as you are ethically compliant to yourself. So what kinds of value are there? When we speak about cryptocurrencies, this is the exchange value that is the most important one. Of course, they all want utility value, but sometimes there is no utility value. So then there is the exchange value, easily manipulated by speculation and different forms of manipulation on the market. But this exchange value is only present in cryptocurrencies, it is present in it is the basis of the price of cryptocurrencies. It is not necessarily present in NFTs. What is the difference? Cryptocurrencies are fungible, they're exchangeable mostly, unless they are like some very shady tokens that some rapper on TikTok pushes to you, then no, they're probably not even fungible. Generally, cryptocurrencies are fungible. That's the basic concept. Tokens in games, NFTs, are non-fungible. You can't exchange them one for another. You can if you are like two collectors. You and your friend. I have rare CryptoKitties. My friend has, I don't know, rare crypto puppies, and I give a kitty for their puppy. But this is completely beyond me and my friend. This is not that much a part of the market, and this is not really happening in real life. So non-fungible tokens need to be exchanged for some form of money, which is cryptocurrency or sometimes real world money. And game publishers, they are traded on special marketplaces. Of course, you will hear that they can be traded anywhere. No, this is typically alive. NFTs from one particular blockchain are typically traded within that blockchain. NFTs from one particular game are traded within that game. So game publishers tend to monopolize this market. CryptoKitties had this open market, and then people started doing all kind of manipulations, and then CryptoKitties developer introduced their own blockchain with a different tried to change their marketplace, and it did not go well because now people realize that they cannot cash out that easy. It becomes increasingly more difficult to make real money on digital cats, and they did not really use that second blockchain. This second blockchain is still used in their other projects, such as NBA Shots, and everybody reports that it is very difficult to cash out. It is very difficult to control your assets on these private blockchains. And this is how game publishers monopolize this market. Then the second problem is, this was the first problem. The second problem is that secondary market hardly exists. If you Google the news, you will learn that the first tweet, it's not in the games, but it's on Twitter. The first tweet ever was sold for like cosmic amount of money, but now the person who bought the first tweet ever on Twitter as an NFT is trying to resell this Twitter, and nobody wants to buy it. So this is a very extreme example, but generally, especially in games, a secondary market hardly exists, because it has not, like, there is not much use for these tokens. They lose their value after they have been on the market for a while, because the market gets saturated, and these tokens don't always retain any value. Same as in games, like games tend to have a bit of inflation, goods become nerfed, like goods become products in games, virtual products in games become less valuable. So this is the same thing. Then, of course, there are still people who made great profits, and of course, those are the people who have the most money and who have spent enough time on the marketplace. This is confirmed by many quantitative studies. If you look who makes money, it is always the wealthy few who have been there for a while. And then, as long as you use cryptocurrencies in your game, as long as you use blockchain, in most cases, players need to buy in to start playing. So, like, to start playing, like, you need probably to spend several hundreds of euros to even start playing a game like CryptoKitties or Axie Infinity, and this does not guarantee that you will be winning or that you will have any kind of meaningful experiences. This is just to buy in to the game, and then you will have to prove that you are a really good speculator or a really good manager in Axie Infinity. Always fun. Initially, the same as in previous types of virtual markets, same as in previous types of virtual worlds, the main idea behind value in crypto games was scarcity. It seems logical. If there are only a few of certain types of goods in the game, then these goods must be scarce, and then these goods are scarce, and then these goods must be valuable. Does it work like this? No, it doesn't. Because if you have 1 million CryptoKitties in a game, you can't make all of them scarce. And if they're all more or less similar and used in more or less the same way, they only, like, scarcity, scarcity does not scale up. Blockchains do not really scale up, and scarcity does not scale up. It can, it still means something. The rarest kitties are actually more expensive, but the attributes that are considered valuable are not necessarily the attributes that are the rarest. I checked, that's not the case. Scarcity does not make something valuable by itself. You need something else attached to this token. In the case of CryptoKitties, they're mostly, like, it needs to be very, like, really scarce and look really different. And really scarce is like less than, like, 0.01% of such tokens on the market, then yes, then they're scarce. But then to find this token, you would have need to pay a lot of money and to be in the game, to have been in the game for quite a while. So scarcity did not work. In the case of CryptoKitties, there have been several attempts to make it into a real game. So it would have the replay value, or this would be a sub-type of use value. So the use value is when something can be used in some activity to your enjoyment or satisfaction or to fulfill some of your needs. So this is also what is called utility value in blockchain startups in general. And CryptoKitties, one of such, like this value can be found, for instance, in replay value, when you can use different CryptoKitties to play different kinds of games. And they try to do it. They honestly tried, but then they the developers and the publishers kind of outsourced this part of the game to the players, and the players were not that invested into it. If they were invested when it was the question of money, they were not that much invested when it was the question of fun. Because if you have to choose between money and fun, these audience of crypto games, they inevitably choose money because this is why they are in it. They're here for money, so they choose money at the expense of fun. And if they are asked to build something, they will build trading bots. They maybe will try to build some kind of a better game in their free time, but this is typically not really viable. But we have another example. CryptoKitties were not able to do that really well, but then we had Axie Infinity. Axie Infinity actually is just a little bit younger than CryptoKitties. It is also from the first generation of blockchain-based games from 2018, and they managed to hack this problem for a while, and it was just a hack. It was not some inherently good evolution of blockchain gaming, but they created in this case, players gain cryptocurrencies by playing the game. So it is not like in CryptoKitties, you need to play this chance mechanics, and maybe you will get something that you will be able to sell, but maybe not, most often not. In Axie Infinity, it is more or less like a card game, more or less traditional rock, paper, scissors type of a game. So you have 3 axes and you play against your opponent and implement different your axes have different abilities and different statistics, so you can kind of battle against the other player. So this involves at least some element of skill, and they would reward players with yet another cryptocurrency for doing that. And it went well and fun for a while, but then what happened? Of course, players started building businesses based on that. So now there would be these managers who would buy axes and lend them to other players whom they would call scholars, and they would take a part of the profit from what these scholars would win. So this was the play to win model, and it worked for a while. The game Axie Infinity went viral, especially in the countries where with a good internet infrastructure but poor job market, such as Philippines, I think, and some other countries. So it worked for a while because people started getting into this game for the sake of making money in it. And they started creating those cooperatives. They started creating these small firms, which purpose would be to play Axie Infinity for money. It went for just as long as this was profitable. If you Google any news about Axie Infinity now, you will learn that they're kind of going down, because as long as the market stagnated, as soon as you could not really make a living by playing this game, players started leaving because they were in it for the money. They weren't in it for the fun. So this is kind of this is when we see value derived from labor, when play becomes labor, and people are paid to work, which is the same as play. And this kind of, you can see this in games quite a lot, but this used to be called gold farming, and this used to be a bad thing. Now we are like assigning different meaning to the same thing that was around since like the early World of Warcraft, but now it is suddenly a good thing. Suddenly players from low-income countries playing the game for money is a good thing. This is the world we are now living in. But yes, we need to take into account that this is also a form of value derived, which is derived from labor, but it is problematic because it clashes with the main idea of the game, that games are non-instrumental activities. We play games to have fun. When there is no fun, this may not even be considered a game. This is another topic, and you will probably learn about it from someone else. This is a huge other topic of what the game is or what a game is not. There are other ways to use NFTs in games. For instance, if you go to Binance, they have this lovely page of initial game offerings. And when you look at it, you think, oh, wow, there are quite a lot of beautiful blockchain-based games with NFTs that probably people can play. But you need to know, when you see this, you need to know that this is not the actual games. These are like initial coin offerings, but for games. So people buy a small part of the, people buy some tokens in games, and when enough people buy these tokens, the company will have enough money to create the actual game. Then the game is not there yet. Sometimes the game proposal is not there yet if you look more closely at such initial game offerings. And this was exactly the problem with initial coin offerings. People would just buy tokens, and then the company who would sell these tokens, they would just take the money and run. And this killed all the ICO craze back in 2018, 19, I think. No, earlier. It was 2017, yes. It was even before the games. Good times. So when you look at such projects, remember, yes, this is also a viable idea. It may work. It works in the same way as crowdfunding, but instead of some goodie bag and an early pass to the game, you get this token, which is also a goodie bag and a pass to the game. But you need to take in mind all complications that you have with crowdsourcing games, with crowdfunding games. This is the same. So there is no guarantee that this game will ever be made after the tokens are sold, even if the tokens are all sold out, which actually does not always happen. So there is one last promise that you will hear a lot if you work in the NFT space. You will hear that from Square Enix or whoever, that blockchain allows you to own assets in your game, and maybe even to transfer it to other games in the future if it becomes technically possible, if someone pays developers to make it possible, which is kind of more of a promise than of a plan. So do NFTs are NFTs a property in some special way? If you own an NFT, do you own something in the game? No, the answer is no, at least not in any special way. You may have the right to hold some asset in the game, and maybe it will be valuable to you, maybe it will have some use value in the game, but absolutely nobody guarantees that you will own it in any legal sense. Maybe if there is a special legal agreement in the game, then yes, you will own it. But this is the same as in almost every other digital game. Blockchain does not add anything to that. So also, will I be in full control on my assets if they are NFTs? No, you will not be, because if it's a proprietary blockchain, it's a private blockchain, then the game developers can do whatever they want with your assets, and you have no control over anything. It's not how it works. That's what they say, but it's not how it works in reality. So, of course, the biggest promise, are we building a new economy that disrupts social order? I hope so. I hope that it will be the case in some particular instances. I hope so. But as for now, what we mostly see is pyramid schemes. So it's mostly the same as ever, but now it is also on blockchain, which is a very very unusable technology in itself. With it fulfills very particular purposes, and fun is not the purpose. In the case of blockchain, fun is not the purpose. The purpose is cryptographically protected information about transfer of digital assets from one account to another. And this does not even work that well in games. It hasn't worked that well in the games that were built specifically around this functionality so far. So maybe in the future you will build a new economy that disrupts our current social and economic order and bring in the new mode of production, but it's not here yet. And as for now, you can see this diagram, hopefully. This is like, they always say that blockchain-based games are decentralized. Well, this is a scheme of a very typical blockchain-based games, which is called Kolobok. It's not different from any other game. The only difference is that they actually made this lovely scheme of its economy. It's a good scheme. This is how a game economy is designed. This is how a game economy should be designed. But does it look decentralized to you? To me, it looks like a very normal and very centralized virtual economy. At least they put some thought into it. Most blockchain game developers do not put any thought into anything. So, and these are the conclusions. Who needs this? Early adopters need this. Early adopters, if they're lucky, they come early. They may or may not profit from that. Everybody who comes later than the first adopters, everybody else loses. Then professional traders, you may use NFTs, you may even have fun with NFTs if you're a professional trader, especially a cryptocurrency trader, although many cryptocurrency traders hate NFTs because they're non-fungible. Cryptocurrency traders prefer fungible tokens for the reasons of exchange value, actually, of course. So, and maybe you have this talent for flipping NFTs, then yes, of course, if this is how you want to live your life, I'm not a judge to you. I tried it, I don't feel joy. I don't enjoy it that much. Then owners of platforms, companies like Square Enix or any other big digital company that can build their own platform and benefit from trading on that. Owners of virtual land, and especially owners of virtual casinos. Those guys win big. Again, this is a viable business. There are, of course, limitations, but this is also not my domain. You would need to talk to someone who researches gambling or works in gambling, which is also a business. It exists. We need to acknowledge that and make our own decisions about that. Okay, one more category who actually likes NFTs, more or less, is fans. But fans are easily exploited by speculators. So if you are a fan of something, you can always buy some NFTs to enjoy your enjoy new experiences with the band or the game that you love. For instance, this is music NFTs from the band Muse that were also sold on the CryptoKitties platform. As you can see, for real money, they dropped this Ether thing for a while to sell tokens to actual fans. But as it appeared, most of these tokens were still bought by speculators who would hope to resell them to fans for even bigger money. So this is also the danger that you need to be aware of if you are building an NFT economy. And one more thing, I actually feel really sad that I've seen quite a lot of music NFTs and they all look like this. I can't even tell from these. Look, if it's Muse, if it's Kings of Leon, if it's, I don't know, this could be like Weekend. It could be any artist, and they all use the same lighting, the same retro aesthetics. And this is very sad because what was promised that we will have more diverse games and arts. And now we are getting like cliched copies of 80s aesthetics, but now on blockchain. So who needs this really? There are huge reputational risks. Many game companies tried to implement NFTs and they got huge backlash because gamers hate NFTs. Gamers hate microtransactions. Sorry, they should be microtransactions on this slide. But even more, they hate NFTs. So you need to be a really big company who can like leverage these risks by very, very important and very valuable property, intellectual property, such as Square Enix or Final Fantasy. Okay, and then there is huge investment risks for players as well as for those who kind of do start such businesses. So you need to spend money. You need to spend a lot of money to even start playing these games. There are no easy money. There is no guarantee that you will ever return what you have spent, but there are legions of scammers. The code is typically terrible and so on. And of course, if other players can build bots, casinos, pyramids, anything in a virtual world, they will do exactly that. They will try to scam other players out of their cryptocurrencies or valuable tokens. So this is still a huge investment risk. However, if you are a game designer or a game artist or just any kind of a creator today, you need to know all this because this is the world we live in now. So if you like, many people still made honest money by doing art for NFTs, doing art for doing game designs for the games that use NFTs. So what I ask you to do is don't buy everything that is marketed to you. Actually, don't buy anything unless you really, really want it or really, really need it, because you may be left with the bag. You may be left with something that has no resale value, but you still can be the bag. You can be the creator. You can be the designer. You can be the sought after creative worker. And if you are getting into space, please ask for a job contract. Never participate in any DAOs. Ask for money. Ask for real world money. Ask for real world money upfront. Ask for a salary. Ask for a normal contract, not any smart contract DAO fantasies. And don't hold the bag. Be the bag. So this is my advice about NFTs, and now I'm ready for your questions.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I think that it will be very dangerous for me to try to keep NFT. And there is time for questions of our students. Can you switch off your sharing?
Yes.
Now in this moment.
Yes.
And there is time for question of Adam Jopek. He is student of 5th class of our studies, visual effects. So his question is.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, so from your personal point of view, do you think that NFT will be more significant in games in the next decades, and there will be more space to create new games in the metaverse, or combine both into one? Thank you.
I hope for that. I honestly hope for that. What I see now is big businesses buying into that, and if they are buying into that, it may become too big to fail. I'm not sure that we will have better games. I'm not sure that we will have many better games, but some creative people may come up with something that is actually good and enjoyable and maybe will teach us things such as financial literacy. So yes, I hope that this will happen. What we see now is that this is becoming our future. We have to deal with it.
Okay, question for Michala Svitkova. She is a student of the first class of game design. Some problem with sound. I don't hear you. No, still no. Try to repair your microphone if it's possible. So it is time for Barbara Kubishova. Try to put question.
Yeah, I would like to ask if you think that, like, you were speaking a lot about the fact that the NFT games are not so like very enjoyable by themselves. Do you think it could stabilize the market if the developers or the investors actually like put effort into the game design, into making the game fun?
Again, I saw this in 2018, and I really hope that this is what would become of that, because that's why I was starting my dissertation. And there were amazing people in 2018 who would design very interesting MMORPGs with the tokens and everything. But then the market crashed, and most of them did not go anywhere. Like they may be back. They may be back, but I don't know how good the market will be in the next few years. It is a very volatile market, so we don't know. As for now, it is possible, and it almost happened, but it didn't.
Yeah, the other factors are probably stronger than this game design factor. Yeah, thank you for the answer.
Okay.
Thank you for the question.
And next question is from Adam Gregush. He is student of the third year of visual effects.
Hello, I have a question regarding the scarcity and like maybe the oversaturation of the market. When NFTs first became a thing in like, what was it, 2021, there was a huge surge of like these tutorials, like how to make NFTs, how to mass produce NFTs, and then there was like GitHub links to just make NFTs for you. And now you don't even need to code. It's like just a website that generates them. I wanted to ask like what your thoughts on this are, and maybe like if you think this is partly to blame for why so many of them have this like preset design, like the very uninspired look.
You see, we can look at this from the economic viewpoint of minimizing expenses. And there are actually two ways to go. Firstly, when we speak about art NFTs, they blew up so hugely because they are all unique. You kind of don't need any explanation. Every NFT, art NFT, is unique, at least by ideally by its concept. In games, you always have different categories of goods, different categories of assets. Of course, if it's a role-playing game, different characters will have different stats. If it's more like an economical game, you will have different resources, different. Again, if you have like some kind of game, like more like a simulation, you would have like different armies or different soldiers or anything, and those will be categories of tokens, categories of assets. They will not be unique because it's a game and it has rules. So you say these soldiers deal that much damage. This puts them into a similar category, and this automatically makes them kind of less unique. So this is why it did not work with games, I think, because they still used scarcity as this selling point, and they could not provide this scarcity. They were not unique. They were still all belonging to the same class of game assets. While in art, it is different. Like there are no classes of assets. The only class that is meaningful is a collection, and the collection is kind of what is created by the single, say, author or the single project. So it's a different way to price assets. Assets are still unique within this collection, even though they're generated like randomly from the same elements, such as bored apes. However, when we see, again, when we see automatically generated art, this is kind of minimizes expenses on production. So now you have all these tokens that are all unique, and also you don't need to do anything. They just auto-generate themselves. All the rest is left to the market, which means the exchange value, which means that we are back to the cryptocurrency speculation model of value. And then people just speculate. So these are two different trends, and they kind of intersect. It's minimization of expenses on production of these assets, and then the second trend is this justification of their uniqueness. So scarcity has been replaced with uniqueness, and this is why NFTs blew up once again last year. I hope this is helpful.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much, Alessia Serrada, for very expressional your presentation. Thank you very much. Now we will be or very in dangerous situations, or very rich, probably, after all these speculations. And now I would like to introduce Diogo Andrade from Portugal. Are you here? Yes, thank you. So your theme will be Oops, Tale of the Game Dev Studio and Anatomy of a Failure. Diego is from Universidade Lusófona de Humanidades e Tecnologia Lisbon, and we'll see his presentation with video. Later I share it, but for the beginning, try to tell something about you and your interest, what is not inside of your video.
Okay, so I'm going to share my screen.
Okay.
I think it's this one. Can you all see it and hear me?
I can hear you, but I cannot see it yet. It's question. I can share it too because you sent it to me, so I don't see your sharing display.
I do so.
Now yes. Okay. The question: if you have also sound.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but can we try sound from your presentation?
Oh, the presentation itself doesn't have sound.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. So it's your turn, please.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everybody. I'm hoping you're having fun. So my presentation is called Oops, Tales of a Game Dev Studio and Anatomy of a Failure. And what this presentation is about, it's about Spellcaster Studios, which is a company, one of the first game dev studios in Portugal that ran from 2004 to 2010. As you can see, since it ended up in 2010 and most of you or nobody of you heard about it before, it was a failure. It didn't work out. So why am I talking about a company that didn't go anywhere? Well, because we don't talk enough about failure. We all heard the stories about how Notch became a billionaire with Minecraft, and how Jonathan Blow became a huge star in the indie scene with Braid. But we seldom hear stories about how things fail. And there are many lessons to be taken from there. To be honest, I wish I had a time machine to go back and just slap some sense into me back then. So who am I, and why am I talking about this? Well, knowing me provides context to the lessons of Spellcaster Studios. From age 10, I wanted to be a game developer. It was before that, I wanted to be a writer. Then I saw a computer for the first time, and I thought, okay, this is what I want to do the rest of my life. I started with the ZX Spectrum, which some of you might know. Wrote basic text-based games Of course, those aren't screenshots from my own games. I couldn't find anything from my archives. It was so long ago. So I used BASIC and Assembler to write simple games. I did my first commercial game back when I was 11 or 12, basically commercial because I convinced all my friends to buy it from me. It was just a shooting space game. Then I moved on to the Amiga, best machine ever made. Got very, very interested in the demo scene in which people would show off their technical prowess, trying to one-up everybody else. Started making more ambitious games using Amiga Basic, Amos, C, and Assembler. Then I moved on to PC development in '93. This is all pre-internet, so all the information I had on how to do things were by buying books, talking with friends, a lot of letters written to people that I thought were amazing when I got my hands on their work. Then I went to college and got access to the internet, and a whole new world opened. Still more interest in the demo scene, which was just blowing up, using stuff like Turbo Pascal, Assembler, C++, and Flash to write games and demos. And then I started, when I finished college, I started some commercial work, mostly outsourcing stuff, corporate software, corporate games for promotional purposes, things like that. These are screenshots from some of the stuff I've done. So basically, I was something that thought himself as being really smart because I was doing all these things that nobody else was doing back here in Portugal. And this takes me to my first lesson. Lesson 1, you're not as smart as you think you are. There are a lot of smart people all over the world. Just because you're in a bubble and you think you're very unique doesn't mean you are. You might be, but you probably aren't. I found out also that putting in the work is much more important than being smart. And I also learned that other people are not wrong automatically. That's something that happens when you think you're very, very smart. You get this idea that when people say something that you don't agree with, you automatically think they're wrong. And most of the time, or a lot of the times, they are not. So challenge your perceptions on this. I wish I had understood that when I started making my own company. So after a bit, in mid-2004, I joined forces with 2 other people. Carlos Oliveira, which was the business side, and he was a bit slightly older than me, so he had a bit more life experience. I was at the time 25 or something, 26, so very young to be thinking on business and stuff like that. I just wanted to have fun making games. And Diogo Gomes, which was the art part of the company. And together we started working on our first game on the recently formed Spellcaster Studios. This game was called Warblade. It was inspired by the old classic Wings of Fury, which was a side-scrolling strafing game in which you would dogfight other airplanes and just try to strike things on the ground. It was a lot of fun. I loved that game. So I decided to do my own take on it, but spaceship inspired. And this leads me to the second lesson, which is prototype. Do prototypes a lot of the time because a lot of ideas on paper might not be good in practice. This was one of these cases. We built the prototype for Warblade, and although Wings of Fury was a lot of fun, the new ideas we had for the space version of Wings of Fury weren't that good. It wasn't fun because you lost all that feeling of scale and speed, which is important in a space game. So prototyping is very good to get ideas out of the way. Don't love your ideas too much. This is also something that's very important. You have to be ready to give them the axe. Even if you love the concept or some idea, it might only be fun for you. So do the prototype, test with people. Just take it for a test spin and see if beauty is in the eye of the beholder. If you're the only person that thinks the idea is fun, it's probably not a very good commercial idea. If you don't want to give them the axe because you feel that there is something about the idea that's really appealing, even if your prototype is not clicking, just rethink them. Just store them in a bin and take a look at them later after you had more time distance to really rethink the whole design principles, design tenets. So we started working on this Wings of Fury, and one of the first things we did was build our own engine. This was back in 2004, so good commercial, good engines weren't something that was around. Today it's Unreal and Unity, but back then Unreal costed, I think, $500,000, and Unity didn't exist, and even most of the other commercial engines that were available, either for free or for a small fee, were 2D based. So we didn't really have a chance but building our own custom technology, which we called Spellbook. Throughout the 6 years that the company lasted, we kept on improving this engine and taking ideas from the other engines. So we had an editor, we had light mapping, terrain editing, real-time ambient occlusion, light mapping tools. So we had to build all these tools. And this takes me to lesson 3. You'll have to choose if we're talking about small companies, which is the case at this time. We were only 3, and even when we were at the largest, we were only 12. You will have to decide if you want to make engines or games. I love making engines, but time is limited. The amount of time it takes to get a production-ready engine is huge. It's not just making it work on your computer, it's making it work on all computers, on consoles, on with all the tooling that you need. Otherwise, you'll have to train people to use it. It's very time consuming, very expensive, and I would say 95% of the times it's not justified. There is nothing so unique about your project that you can't make on an existing piece of technology. Focus on the what, not the how. Focus on making the game, not how the game is made. It's very interesting saying to people, oh, we built our own engine and it might make for a good story. But what happens is that people don't really care about that. So we had our own engine, we started working, and we ended up rewriting all the concept. It was no longer Wings of Fury clone. It was a full 3D arcade shooter game, a bit in a similar line as the old Freelancer games, although it played a bit like Descent. So we released it in February 2015. And this, we come to the 4th lesson. Be careful with names. As you can see from the title of this presentation, I'm not very good with names, but we thought we had a jackpot with Warblade. Warblade was a good name, strong name, but it was taken. And it was taken for 2 or 3 years. It wasn't like, oh, somebody just released a game with that name. No, it was already taken. So we had to come up with the title on the fly. So I came up with Shadow Stars: The Ventry Belt, which is where the game takes place. So absolutely terrible name. So before it comes to this and you have to just scramble to get a name without real thought behind it, do searches with the names. Don't use the working title thing. I've seen a lot of games throughout the years that use a working title situation. No, this is just a working title, just a working title. And at a certain point, the working title becomes the name. And it's hard to change it in the long run. So really think about it. It's one part of the creative experience. So we got some acclaim with the game. We won some awards in the proto-internet. There weren't that many huge sites, some blogs, especially for a niche game like ours. So we got some awards for storytelling, and we got the award also for how difficult the game was. That's kind of a constant on my games. And we got some sales, and we were very happy with it. We just released it, and it was working as we intended, but we were tired of it. So by the end of the development process, we kind of just felt that we wanted to release, just throw it out there and move on to the next idea, whatever it was. So we kind of abandoned it. And lesson 5, don't abandon your games after release. This is a terrible idea. My excuse was that I was very young. I thought, okay, we did this in some months. It was successful, so the next game will be huge. So I would just want to jump into the next game. Support your games after launch, market them. They won't survive otherwise, especially today where thousands of games are released every year. So you really need to invest the time. Don't think that the development process is something that takes, I don't know, 6 months, 1 year, 1 year and a half, and you're done. You will have to keep on working on it, bug fixing, improving it, generating community, that sort of things for months after the release. So you have to consider that in your budget, in your schedule. Think about patches, sequels, DLC, anything that can help monetize and keep the interest on your game alive. Listen to your audience. They will most of the times tell you exactly what they want and what they're, more importantly, willing to pay for. Find partners that can help you with this. Again, I thought I was very smart back in 2004 or 5. So I thought I could handle the marketing by myself, that I could just get the word out. And it's not true. Market is better done by marketing experts, not software engineers with delusions of grandeur. Today, games are all about player retention. Being able to stand out in the middle of a saturated market is extremely hard. So the best tool you have is your players. Your players will be the ones that will kind of convince their friends to give it a go, will tell their favorite streamers to play your game, all that sort of things. So building a community and keeping the community there. So after we released Shadow Stars the Venturi Belt and abandoning it, we went back to the drawing board and started working on our next game. So at this time, we thought we were seeing a lot of movement on the casual game market. So we thought, okay, casuals are a thing, let's go, let's do a casual game. And something fishy was born. It is a 2D casual game. But again, another lesson. Don't shift the type of game all the time. So we were coming out from developing a 3D game, space shooter game. We had the technology, the engine that could support that kind of game. And then we suddenly shifted to a 2D game. We had to build a whole set of new tools to support this. Our old knowledge about the problems with 3D became kind of useless, not completely useless, but we couldn't really leverage all the lessons that we've learned making the previous game. We have to learn how to do everything again. What are the nuances of 2D games versus 3D games? This was a big shift, but even going from a 3D game to a 3D game, but changing the genre, like going from a space shooter game to a first-person shooter, would be hard. So avoid shifting the type of game you do all the time. It sounds like fun, having new challenges to work on and all that, but in the long run, it kind of hurts your productivity and the capability of making more and better games. So we had about a 4-month development cycle for Something Fishy. So it was kind of a smooth game to create, was fun, had a tight gameplay loop. So it was quite an interesting game. And we talked to publishers this time. So we learned the lesson with Shadow Stars, decided not to go for self-publishing it, but talk to publishers, especially the big ones that were already occupying and had the distribution channels for casual games. But nobody wanted it. A lot of reasons for why nobody wanted it, but here comes lesson 7. Don't chase trends. Although it's fine, it can be fine, but usually what happens is that you're already starting too late. So when you finally finish, in this case, a casual game, but we saw the same happening with Battle Royale genre and things like that. When you finally get to market, or you're in the condition to go to market, the trend has gone. It's already a saturated market. Note that this is different from predicting trends, okay? In one case, you're aiming at where the target was. The other one, you're just trying to lead your shot. So I think casual games will be great. That's a good way to make a decision on your game. Trying to see, oh, what are the huge games now, and let's do one like that one, is not predicting a trend, and it usually ends up in tears. So at this time, we basically were, the first game was successful but abandoned. The second game didn't go off the ground, never released, because we couldn't find an adequate publisher, and we knew our marketing skills weren't good enough to try self-publishing again. We were working part-time with the company because we still needed to feed ourselves, and games weren't that profitable back then. So we had the opportunity to join something called Game Invest. Game Invest was an organization created in 2006 that wanted to be the seed of the game industry in Portugal. So it was born out of the National Association of Game Developers and Animators, for some weird reason. The people that were in charge of this found some seed capital to invest. There was some strings attached with that investment, namely it was located in Porto Alegre, which is a very small town in the interior of Portugal. Doesn't have much of a tech industry or anything like that, but it was thought that this could make it grow. So there was some investment, local investment. So we wanted to go full time, and we proposed 2 games to Game Invest. One of them was Ant Swarm. It was basically a kind of an idle, what we would call today an idle game, in which some ants would come up from their ant hills, would forage for food, leaving pheromone trails. So it was kind of a simulation game, and you could affect the behavior of some of ants by leaving pheromone trails that some would follow, and they would leave pheromone trails to others. So it was kind of a very organic kind of game that was built on a game jam, and we thought it was fun. It had some fun ideas. And more importantly, Blitz and Massive. At this time, Blitz and Massive was an isometric puzzle game in which we controlled two robots, Blitz and Massive, that had different skill sets, and they would have to go into a facility of an ancient alien civilization, find the mysteries inside, and stop a kind of a doomsday clock within. So we proposed these two games, got accepted by Game Invest. So some funding, and we got an office space to work in. And because of this, we changed cities. So I went from nearby Lisboa to Porto Alegre, about 250 kilometers away. One of the things that happened just when we got there was that Game Invest wanted the first title coming out from their brand to be more impressive than an isometric puzzle game. So they asked us if we could build something that was bigger while keeping the idea of the characters, because they liked the idea of having two characters and the opportunities for marketing that having a very strongly character-focused game. But they wanted something that they really could impress people with. So we kind of re-scoped Blitz and Massive. Blitz and Massive went from being just an isometric puzzle game, very mechanics-based, to a story-based, not point and click, but a graphical adventure. It wasn't point and click because it was designed with consoles in mind, but the basic ideas were there. So we come here to lesson 8. Don't change your game if you're not comfortable. I was scared of just building such a big game. So converting something that I could build with my friends, with 3 people, to go into something that I knew I needed to hire a lot of people to do. So I was a bit scared with it. I wasn't really comfortable with the idea, but the opportunity of making games full time kind of overrid my general preservation sense. A problem with this is that changing your game if you're not comfortable with it compromises your vision on the game. So it becomes much less focused. And although we managed on Blitz and Massive to refocus the game after 2 months, so for the first 2 months of development, we really didn't know what the game was actually about. After 2 months, we kind of managed to get that under control, but it could have gone way worse in that regard because we compromised our vision. So we kind of hired 8 people in 1 month. And if you've ever done any sort of hiring, you know how dangerous this is. Blowing up a company from 3 people to 11 in 1 month is not something you should do. And here we come to lesson 9. Beware of hiring. In our case, it went fine. 1 out of the 8 that we hired were, that was wrong. It was 7 out of 8 were awesome. So we only had 1 case of something that didn't work that well. But other than that, it went fine. But we had too many cooks because we didn't manage the hired people's expectation. Everybody thought we are going to work in games, so we will all steer the ship in terms of creativity. And that's kind of not true. We already had a game design. We already had some idea on how the game should go. But everybody wanted to build their own game. And it took us a long time to get everybody into the same page. People take time to get up to speed. So the ramp up time can be huge, especially if you're working with custom technology. In our case, we didn't have Unity or Unreal. So people who never saw our engine had to learn all of it from a programming and from a content perspective. And all of that took a lot of time, about 1 to 2 months of training in which people almost didn't do any content work whatsoever. Even in my case, I never managed a team. So suddenly being in charge of 7 or 8 people was very difficult to handle. You kind of need the experience that comes with age to be able to manage a smallish team. So I can't even imagine how hard it must be to manage a huge team. So we had about a 10-month development cycle. And if you've ever done game development, you know that 10 months to build a graphical adventure with 5 chapters, over 5,000 lines of dialogue, puzzles, and all that in custom technology is very short amount of time. So lesson 10, avoid crunch. We didn't, and it kind of burned us all. It burns health, it burns relations. We had a lot of people that had problems at home because of not paying attention to their loved ones. We had people with big health issues because we were working 12, 14, 16 hours a day because we were all working from a place of passion. But it's really not worth it. It's diminishing returns. Every hour you put in additionally just leads to you can get half done. It would be equivalent to half an hour if you were rested. And if you take it this longer and longer, it's even less. So really avoid crunch. It's even from business, corporate perspective, it's not a very good proposition. So, and this magnum opus, this great work of art, a game that I'm really proud of, even today, was never released. And this takes us to lesson 11. And I won't enter the details on why the game wasn't released, or not a lot of details, because Get Legal Aid should tell you enough. Nobody likes lawyers, but they save a lot of pain. One thing that's very common, and I see this a lot in young companies, don't get legal counsel only after the damage is done, when you have a problem. If you already have a problem, the lawyer can sometimes work it out. Sometimes it can manage it, but the best course of action is getting legal counsel before you do anything, because they can steer you to the right direction and avoid you legal issues. It's cheaper. A lot of people say, okay, but hiring a lawyer is expensive. It's cheaper in the long run. Find someone to advise you on contracts, even on business decisions. They might be useful because they can really open your eyes to the possibility of wrongdoing and all that. Blitz and Massive ran into some issues with the finances, the financial parts of it, and at Game Invest. But the game was already almost done. But because we didn't get legal counsel, the rights were a mess. Nobody knew exactly who had the rights to what, and how could we release the game if they defaulted on their obligation. So it was just a mess all around, and it wasn't worth the headaches. So we basically spent almost 1 year working on a game. It was, to be honest, it's one of the things I'm most proud of in my professional life. It's a fun game. It still exists, but we couldn't release it. So it's kind of frustrating. Because of those issues, we left Game Invest, and we found ourselves with almost no money. And we had to do something. We worked on a lot of game ideas, casual puzzle games, more children-friendly person action-driven hamster samurai game. Game with that we controlled again with the pheromones. We controlled the environment using pheromones. an RPG, promotional games for brands. So we worked on a lot of game ideas in the following couple of years. This takes us to lesson 12, focus. Your next idea is always cooler than the current one. What happened most of the times is that we didn't even went with the prototypes to market to get somebody to finance it. We would just get a new idea, and that was what we thought was the great idea. Because the next idea always sounds cooler than the one you're currently working on. I think this is a psychological factor. The novelty is always seems better. But what happens when you're trying to build a game studio is that you just jump around all the time and you don't invest the time necessary to turn what might be a good idea into a great one, and a great one into something that can be financed and actually published. So resist the temptation of switching ideas all the time. Even when we actually went to publishers and revenue source and financial sources, nobody really cared. There were a lot of reasons for this. One of them was that we didn't have a portfolio. We had an impressive tech and art portfolio. We had our own custom engine that was really good by the time standards. We had a good art portfolio, but we lacked completed games. So people kind of looked at us as somebody that couldn't finish games. And since we still had some difficulty explaining what went wrong with the previous game, it didn't help matters. The lack of focus was evident in the types of games. We didn't even do prototypes along the same way. We did third-person games, action games, RPGs, strategy, puzzle. So we didn't even have a focus that made potential publishers believe in our capability of going from start to an end stage. Another issue, but I didn't include it as a lesson because that was more of bad luck situation. We were at the time where consoles were going full swing and interest on the PC market was almost gone, before being revived back in 2010, 11. So what happened is everybody, all the publishers were interested in console games. But to make console games, you had to have dev kits. To have dev kits, you had to buy or to get access to a dev kit. And it wasn't easy back in the days. Either you had connections or you had a publisher that could provide you with the dev kits. So we kind of had this condition with this catch-22. We couldn't prove we could do console games because we couldn't get the opportunity to do console games. So that kind of also worked a lot against us. To make ends meet during these times, we worked a lot on the telco side of business. We had a product that was considered very good for the telecommunications and industries, particularly in the digital television market. We also did a lot of work with virtual cities using actual map data to build cities. This was time before Google Earth and that sort of thing. So basically, we would go to the municipalities, and if they agreed, they would provide us their data sources, and we would build the virtual models as accurate as we could from that data source. Lesson 14, have a plan B. Okay, if a deal fails, what do you do? We didn't have a plan B when Blitz and Massive wasn't released. And that kind of led us into a situation in which we couldn't, we had to accept everything. So we were scrambling between building a new prototype to show off and getting some revenue source. We were scrambling in survival mode all of the time. So if we had prepared for that before, we probably could have made this a lot less painful. So have a plan B for everything, or a plan C or a D. The more plans, the better. If a deal fails, if something doesn't come through, if you encounter an unexpected turn of events, what do you do? Find, for small studios, I would recommend to find alternate source of income, like porting or outsourcing. These can be good, although I understand that most game developers out there don't want to do porting or outsourcing. But it can be a very good way to train your team, to get contacts in the industry, and to just guarantee an income source. So then we come to the final chapter of our journey, which is the downfall. Work external to games was 100% of the time, or almost 100% of the time. So we couldn't keep on working on games because we had to do the virtual cities and the telco work and some work for museums and stuff like that, that kind of managed us to survive day to day. But we couldn't actually go back into making games, which was what every single one of us wanted. It's very this kind of sounds harsh, but it's very expensive having employees. And here comes lesson 15. Be very careful with money. Do your math before you hire. Try to be as accurate with your budget as possible. Don't pad the numbers, because the publisher will find them more interesting and that sort of thing. It just will make you go into a spiral in which you don't, it's very hard to get out. Don't hire anybody if you just need temporary work. I believe people, I like having people on board, making people feel a part of the team. But there are a lot of positions in a small game development company, which doesn't make sense to have a person in full time, like, for example, concept artist. Again, this is the example for a very small team, not huge ones. Cash flow can be hard to manage. A lot of the work we did got paid in 3 to 6 to 1 year, to 3 to 6 months, and that sort of thing. So we didn't have the money, although we were owed a lot of money that we could use to pay employees and state finances and things like that. We didn't have the money at hand. We didn't have the cash flow for it. So we basically just accumulated debt so we could pay what we needed to pay our employees and stuff. So we could get the max injections of capital from every 6 months or something that we used to pay the debt, but we were already on the red because of the interest and that sort of thing. So cash flow handling is very hard, especially in game development, because in game development studios, you only get money about once you release the game and for the 6 months or 9 months after that. Then it's a trickle, not an actual big sum. So you have to prepare for those days, because getting into debts and all that makes it very hard to stabilize the cash flow in your company. And always remember, this is very harsh, but the good of the many outweigh the good of the few. We could have fired some people to lessen the overhead of the company so we could last longer. But to be honest, I wasn't mature enough or old enough to be able to do that decision. So we ended up closing early, and everybody lost their jobs instead of just a few. So, yeah. So we had a lot of financial strain, especially on the founders and all that, which led to decreased quality of work, which in turn led to Spellcaster Studios closing in May 2010. So was this the end? Well, some of the people at Spellcaster Studios got jobs in the game dev, about half of them, mostly abroad, because at the time there still wasn't any game development industry in Portugal. or it was extremely small, so jobs weren't there. So a lot of people, about half of the people went outside of Portugal and got jobs in the game industry. Others chose other paths, less stressful, with less crunch involved. Thankfully, everybody landed on their feet, and I keep in touch with most of them, so this doesn't end on a very extremely negative note. It was quite a journey, all of this. I would have liked to avoid some of the mistakes I did, and that's why I'm sharing this story with you today. So some might can see some warning lights coming off in their brain if they see that they're making some of the same mistakes I did. As for me, I abandoned game development for about 5 years after this. I was just really burned out. Returned to game development in 2005 and released a couple of games with Fun Punch Games, Striker's Edge, dodgeball with real weapons sort of game, and a mobile surf game called Billabong Surf Trip 2. And I worked on my own stuff and still am working on my own stuff. And I'm currently a teacher at Lusófono University because late in life, I found that I have a real interest in teaching and sharing my life experience technically in terms of game design and in terms of how to fail a company. So this is my story, and I thank you all for listening. And I'm available for questions if you have some. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. I would like you to ask to stop sharing. Okay, fantastic. And several of our students have prepared questions for you. So first question will put Barbara Kubisheva, student of the first class of game design. Barbara?
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. It was all very valuable for me. But all of the lessons were from professional field. So I would like to know, how did that change you in your personal life, this experience?
Well,
did you become more patient, or?
To be honest, I would love to say that it enabled me to grow a lot. Well, it eventually did, but for a couple of years I was very angry about the whole situation, which I felt was really unfair, and the world was against me, that sort of thing. But actually, as I grew a bit older and I kind of did this sort of post-mortem of my company and I looked back, I just retained the good stuff, and I became a lot more calm. I would say that today I would be a much better leader, because I would have the ability to see different perspectives, which I couldn't when I was really into it, very deep into it. And I was very young, and I was, as I said, I thought I was very smart. I was wrong. So basically, I think it kind of improved the value I attribute to people more than I love making games. I loved having a company and all that, but the relationships with the people that share that time with me, those will be with me forever. And I keep in touch with almost all of them on a regular basis. So it's all about the people, and that's why I'm so anti-crunch these days and that sort of thing, because that kind of destroys people. And this is about making games, but it's about establishing connections. And even making games, it's about establishing connections with your audience, with not only your fellow developers, but also with your audience and all that. So the relationship part is the part that's most important, not the lines of code you do or that 3D model.
Okay, thank you for your answer. Next question will put Marian Ferko, who is the president of Association of Slovak Developers. So the question of Marian Ferko.
So thank you for your presentation. You have a really good experience really hard experience. And my question is very simple. So if you had the opportunity to start your career again, what would you change?
To be honest, I think about that a lot of times. But one of the main things, and I say this to my students all the time, is get experience in the game industry before you're doing your own thing. I understand this need. People that create games are usually creative people. They want to do their own thing. They want to have their own messages. But I think that everybody has something to gain in going 1 year, 2 years working either in AAA, other indie studios, even in slot machine games, that sort of thing. Just get a feel on how the real world, the real industry works. We as teachers, we can spend hours explaining how things work and how they should work. But at the end, you have to feel them for yourself. So I would say that the advice I would give to my former self is go outside for a couple of years, learn the ropes with big guys, with the big studios, even if you're doing games that aren't your game, other people's games. But learn with it and then bring that knowledge back to your home base and just try to spread that knowledge around and make people grow with you. So that I would think that would be one of the main things I would say. That, and be much more careful with loans and interest rates and all that sort of thing.
Okay, thank you for your answers and for your presentation. So
I would just like to say one more thing. I would like to thank the organization for this invitation to speak here. Thank you very much on my behalf and all of the people at Spellcaster Studios that I told about this presentation. So thank you very much.
Okay, welcome. So now we'll continue with the next presentation. And next our guest will be Said Safikani. So yes, we can see each other now. He is from Institute of Interactive Systems and Data Science from Graz University of Technology, and his team will be virtual reality technology for every discipline. So we shall have a kind of shift from game design to virtual reality. I'm very curious. So please, your presentation.
Hi everyone, I hope that you can hear me as well as see me and see the presentation. I'm glad to be here, and I have a little bit different topic, but I think it would be interesting. I'm technical artist, as you mentioned, and as well as researcher at Graz University of Technology. And in this presentation, I will talk about some general aspects in virtual reality technology and why it's technology for every discipline or everyone. And also, I will share some of the topics that we are currently working on. It might be interesting for you, or maybe you can also choose it for future study, research, or a part of your development. And now the virtual reality has a different area of application, not only in entertainment industry. I mean, not only in the game, movie, and such these industries that provide you with some content. In addition, they also give you the opportunity to apply this technology into the variety of other industry or applications. For example, it can be a tool inside the game development, or it can be a tool for virtual production. It can be an environment for education, or it can be, again, technology for education. In the industry, it has applications. It has application in medical and therapies. It has a very nice application in digital twin, and also it's, again, a tool or area for research. Let's begin with the game industry. Virtual reality in game industry can be used in the two main ways. Either it's a result of the work that you will provide to the users, like something like Half-Life Alyx, that it's a full-fledged game and you will play it. or it can be a tool to create your assets or do the level design. It's totally a new era in this topic, and it can help us a lot with getting advantage of this technology. For the asset creation, there are several tools and software that use the VR technology for creating assets. One of the main benefits of using the virtual reality technology in creating assets is that it's giving you a new dimension when you are working. If you have any experience with 3D modeling or drawing in the normal way, you know that inside the 3D environment, you have a 2D plane that you're adding all of the information according to that 2D plane, even if you're looking at your model in the 3D space. This 3D space will be converted from the screen space into the 2D plane, and according to the normal of that 2D plane, all of the points that you're pointing will be projected into the 3D environment. But it means that you do not have actually access to each point of that 3D environment. Virtual reality is providing us the opportunity to actually work in 3D environment. It means your hand movement is already in the 3D scene, and it gives you lots of benefits. For example, when you are doing the sculpting, you have the feeling of the objects when you're sculpting it, because you can easily rotate, you can rotate yourself, and also your hand is moving in 3D. And it's helping you to also have much better spatial understanding about the environment. There are several tools for this, as I mentioned. For example, Gravity Sketch is one of the famous one that provides the possibility of creating models either for as a somehow sculpture, not professionally sculpture, but somehow sculpture, or creating a model by drawing, for example, a spline, or also creating CAD models. Medium by Adobe is available for Oculus devices, and the new tool, again by Adobe and Substance Group, that calls Adobe 3D Creator or Modeler, or Adobe 3D Modeler, that it's a sculpting tool and modeling tool both on PC and in VR, and the VR experience is much nicer. This one is not released, I think, yet, but the beta version should be available very soon. In addition to the asset creation, we can also use VR for the level design in the game industries. The benefit of using VR for the level design is very simple. Just imagine that whenever you are working in game engine, I mean about the 3D environment, when you want to move an object in the 3D scene, you always need to rotate your camera in the correct position that you want to move it, and then start to move the object. It means first your hands needs to move the scene, and then again you need another action to move the objects. But in VR, you have the feeling that you have two additional hands that can control the scene environment, because the VR headset is connected to your head, and your head is moving as a camera, and it can increase your creation and productivity speed by a lot. As an example of this application is the Unreal Engine VR Toolkit that is providing you the initial setup for designing your level inside the virtual reality. For example, manipulating using the pie menu to selecting different devices, grabbing object, placing it somewhere, or seeing your scene from the 3D view, scale objects, and all of the things that you need to design your level. When we see the application of virtual reality for level design, we may think with ourselves why we do not use it for virtual production. Using the virtual reality for virtual production, it can improve productivity in such a condition like our last 2 years during the pandemic, because you do not need to be always on scene. You can experience the environments that you need inside the virtual environment, and it can improve your productivity. You can move some of the steps from the post-processing, post-production steps into the pre-production or real-time phase, and it's a great achievement using this technology. And also you can see your scene before the final products. You can know what it will look like easily. Also, you can now convert your real camera into the virtual camera. If you take a look at that top picture here, you can see it's a picture by Vive, the Vive group that providing the HTC Vive VR headsets. They use the tracker on top of the camera and also the light sensors with the HTC Vive controller to make a virtual camera that can move inside the virtual scene, but it's coming from the actual camera data. Also, from the cost, it's cost effective and it's cost benefits and the resource efficient. It can reduce the cost of the project. For example, maybe you heard about the Mandalorian project, that's the Star Wars project that they start to maybe produce this TV series using the Unreal Engine and virtual production workflow. The video on the bottom, you can find some parts of it. Recently, also the game engines are going more towards this virtual production area. For example, Unity acquired Veta Digital that is famous for the VFX, and they released also a new video called Enemy that is very high quality video, and it shows that they are thinking more about this path. Also 2 years ago, I think roughly 2 years ago, Unreal Engine also acquired Quixel, and after that they also introduced the MetaHuman curator. It shows that, and also there are many videos from Unreal Engine that shows they are thinking about virtual production as a serious topic for their game engine, and they are producing lots of tools that can improve this production workflow. For example, MetaHuman can easily give you access to creating high quality and realistic humans or characters. However, it's limited now, but it's for free and you can test it inside the engine. I had already experience for one of my courses that I tested with also the NVIDIA technology for audio to facial movement and facial rigging. And I converted my voice into the facial rig, then converted that facial rig into the Unreal Engine using the MetaHuman, and created a short video to introduce my lecture as a start of that lecture. And it was less than 1 day work, and I didn't know anything before I start, but I learned everything in less than 1 day and start using it. And it's one of the benefits of having all of these tools freely available. Another topic that virtual reality can be very, very helpful is education. It's one of the topics that we are also doing our studies around it. Virtual reality for education can provide several benefits to the either educator or students. For example, it can represent the spatial knowledge and it can make it easier to understand the spatial environment. It's very important, for example, for architectural engineering students to understand the environment, the spatial feeling of it. Also, it can provide a better experiential learning. You can make a totally physics lab inside the virtual environment. I will show you some example of it. It will help you to understand the one experience in any field of study in much cheaper and more repetitive way. Also, it's much safer because you are not encountering all of the dangers that may happen in the laboratories. And you can design it according to your needs. You can modify it, you can make several studies, you can assess the students' performance inside it, and it gives you lots of flexibility. Also, it can increase the engagement of the students because it's more interactive way of the learning, and also it's always interesting to see how everything can be a gameful experience. It can also improve the contextual learning because you're encountering the daily life experience or daily life learning things inside the virtual environment. And it can be useful as a collaborative learning environment because you can, and as you know, for example, after introduction of the consumer-based virtual reality devices, and also recently by introduction of the Oculus Quest 2, that is affordable virtual reality device, but it also provides high quality interaction and high quality displays. it means many people can use it as a personal device. It's not only a device for the labs. And if your student has this device, then they can use it together and be in the same environment and interact with each other. The use cases of virtual reality for education is very broad, from medicine and health, that we will talk about it a little bit more later in one of the slides, to the history and social studies, because we can provide some information, historical information or historical visualization easily inside the virtual environment, the things that you need to travel to somewhere to see them. Also, it's useful for science education. As I mentioned, for example, you can use it for the teaching the physics aspects or chemistry aspects or other stuff. It can be useful very highly on engineering and industry education, either as a training for the engineers or as a teaching tool for students. Also, one of the things that we are recently using is in computer science, because there's some fundamental computer science, for example, sorting algorithm. Maybe it's much more understandable if the students can already interact with it and see it in the virtual environment. There are many papers talking about language learning inside a virtual environment and improve the efficiency of language learning using this technology. And also it can be a tool for teacher education. As an example of the things that we are currently using inside our lab, and we are developing it, is a virtual classroom using the VR. During the pandemic, it's more dominant that we need such these things. The benefit of this, you can see in different pictures that I put here. Teacher can wear VR device and be in this classroom and use all of the different tables or different whiteboards and sliders or windows that are available in there. In this case, student has several options. Either always see the view angle of the teacher and the points that she or he is drawing on the board, or they can see the environment as a third-person view and always have access to all of this information. In addition, they can also interact with the teacher or communicate with the teacher using the chat menu, something like Twitch chats, that it will be shown as a part of this scene, and a student can ask the question, teacher can read, answer them, or many other things. Also, we provide the possibility of importing PDFs here that to directly present the actual presentation, and on top of that PDF, teacher can start to draw something or explain in more detail. I think it's a very nice experience, and it's the interactive one. The other project that we are currently working on it for a couple of years, and we are improving it every day, is a Maroon project. If you search for it, Maroon Togratz, you can find the link for this project. It's started as a physics laboratory, but currently it's extended into the computer science, chemistry, and other fields. The benefit of this project, I will play a short video of the environment. It has several labs inside the one intro hall. Students can go to each lab, and according to the requirement of that lab or the topic of that lab, they will see the specific experiment in there. They can start to do the experiment, change all of the parameters that will influence that experiment, and see the influence. Also, later, a teacher can use this environment for assessing the student learning and how much they learned already, because we are using actual equations or the actual algorithm that's needs for a specific experiment. On the right-hand side, you see that the main hall at the start of this video is made from several smaller areas that in each one of them there is one or two experiments, and we are attaching them according to the need of the teacher. Teacher can decide which levels he or she wants to be in that hall and what's the topic of education. And here we can see a picture of this environment with several stages that the student can go. For example, on the left stage, they can see the actual equation, the basics. On the right hand side, there is a quest that they should do in this level. And in the middle part, there is an actual experiment. On the right one is the experiment itself, and on the left one are the controllers and the sliders. And also, as a fun fact, we took some of the ideas for this specific lab from Rick and Morty TV series. It was fun. Yeah. Okay. The next project that we are currently also working on it, we recently started this one, and it's also supported by Epic Mega Grants. It's called Project Chimera. It has some similarity with Marin project, and it's totally different from the other aspects. The main idea of this project is we would like to teach the students something, but why we should tell them to start learn this? Maybe they will learn them at the end. They will learn many things during the games that we play, and why we do not do this? And the Chimera is something like this, that it has actually one story and somehow it's a full-fledged game. You will play the game, but beside this game, you will learn also some content. The main idea of this game is there is a spaceship that is not working. It's just hit the maybe errors for a long time, and the user should go into this spaceship and start to fix the spaceship and make it working again. But this fixing should be done during several levels, and in each level it's somehow connected to one experiment or to one scientific approach. For example, the first level is electromotors and how they work. But we are not telling them, okay, it's an electromotor, it's an equation for the electromotor, it's how the electromotor is using the magnet and other stuff to work. We are just giving them some tasks like any games, and the user should follow the task, and in meanwhile, they will also make electromotor to work. You can see some of the pictures. We try to keep the quality of this game somehow, not exactly, but somehow in a AAA game level. The main locomotion system for this game for now is teleportation. On this picture, you see the teleportation icon. And this spaceship has one main elevator in the middle. A user can use this elevator to access different levels. The elevator is this picture, and inside the elevator you have the level choice, and you can select the levels with very interesting interaction. And as a start of this level, and also to make it a little bit more storytelling style, we have some routes that is because the spaceship is ruined for a long time. The routes is already taking out the batteries. User should start to cut the routes and place the batteries, then charging the batteries using the magnets, and then finding the appropriate parts for the electromotor to make it working. It's a short story for this project as an example of using virtual reality in educational content. The next topic that virtual reality can be used is inside the industries. Several industries can get benefits from virtual reality. One of the famous one, and one of them that maybe you know more, is automotive industries, that for visualization and also for checking different parts of the vehicle, they can use the virtual reality and they can manipulate inside it, they can change it, they can see the car in actual size. As you know, previously they used that sculpture of car that made out of clay. It's very expensive and it's not easily to modify, but nowadays they can use this technology to easily navigate through the visualization. Also, it's very helpful in architectural engineering. They can use virtual reality to see the building or the design of the city that they are working on it in more immersive way. One of the biggest topic after the entertainment that the virtual reality has a maybe a big advantage in there is medical and therapies. virtual reality for medical applications can be used in three main ways, either as educational and experimental environment, as I mentioned before, or as a platform to enhance sustainable healthcare, or as a technology for diagnostic or treatment of physical or mental diseases. In this slide, you can see some of the examples of using virtual reality technology, for example, for learning surgery. They can do it as a collaborative environment. They can provide the hints and steps that they should do, and they can actually use the devices and see the necessary information inside this environment. For all of these slides, I put also the YouTube link that you can watch the full videos. One of the topics that I recently worked on it is a reviewing on the application of virtual reality for the treatment of anxiety and mental disorder. In this case, it can be useful for many type of disorders, from post-traumatic stress disorder, generalized anxiety, specific phobia, and even the pain reduction. For example, just imagine that for the patients that has the has already burned, maybe the treatment is very difficult and it's very painful. They can use virtual reality to distract the user from the actual environment and start the treatment during this time, and it has some beneficial points. Or for post-traumatic stress disorder, it can recreate or reimagine the environment that maybe triggered some specific feeling for the user or for the patient to solve that issue. It's more obvious, for example, for specific phobia, and that whenever you have a phobia of a specific object or environment, you can recreate it to treat this problem. An advantage of virtual reality against the traditional workflows in the medical and therapy application is, first of all, it's fully immersive. Users do not need to imagine something, it's actually in there. And also it's modular. It means the doctor or the therapist can design the environment and a learning environment that should provide it to the user. It gives them lots of benefits and lots of flexibility. The other things, it can be easily repetitive. You can repeat it 10 times per week. You can repeat it 2 times per day, and you are not limited by the budget, or you are not limited by the area. And also, it gives the possibility to the users that they test it themselves at their place. They do not need to be always at the hospital or at the office of the therapist. And this fact will lead to reduction in the dropout rate of the patients. We also do recently another study, and we already started this. It's in the beginning stage to use the virtual reality for memory training. Here we can see an example of it, that we created a sample supermarket area. It will be used later for dementia and Alzheimer patients. We gave them a shopping list, and they should remember it and try to buy the items. This experiment can be run on Oculus Quest 2 easily, and user can use the hand interaction to grab objects and place in the shopping cart and see the results. And we will run more studies on it to find out the influence of this experience. The other application of virtual reality is a digital twin. Digital twin is a digital counterpart of physical object, and it can be used to visualize different information that actually exist there, but they are kind of data, and you cannot see them, but you can visualize them in virtual reality, and either using them as a educational tool or as a application for the industries. For example, on the left-hand side, you can see the hits a map of the building, and it's on real time. It gets the information from cloud services. And on the right-hand side, users can learn about the vehicle and how to, for example, for mechanical engineer, how the different parts of it is working. Another project that we worked on it's called KTVR project. It's a part of digital twin, and we simulate some information inside one of the university offices. The environment is similar to one of the university offices, the sun angle and other stuff. In this environment, user can use the inventory system. We made it somehow game-like environment for the inventory system. Can change time of the day to see the influence of the sunlight inside the office and how much it will influence the user feeling and also the perception of the environment. In addition to this one, user can also use a device that I can call it scanner to scan the ground to get some information, for example, about the floor levels and what is already inside it. For example, they can use this scanner, put it on the ground, and after 3 seconds, just for sake of being sure that they want to do this, that section will come up. User can interact with this level by touching it, and this layer of the floor will be opened up and show the information regarding each separated layer. The other part of this KTVR project is similar simulation, but for the outside environment. It's a part of Belgrade University, and user can again change time of the day and get the information of the temperature information for different part of this environment for each time of the day. This information is calculated using other software, transferred into the virtual reality using some texture data, and then it's also shows it's color labeled. It means when you change the time of the day, the different colors shows the higher temperature and lower temperature, and you can easily visualize it. The other things that we use in this environment is some visualization using particle system. The main feeling of it is when you are actually wearing the VR device and you have the feeling which area of this square or this exterior environment is more hot or less. And also you can use a drone to have the top-down view of this environment to get more information. The other parts that we implement in the KTVR project, and also we later implement in another one, is data visualization using the typical graphs that we have in the normal visualization or paper visualization. For example, you can use the column graphs to visualize some data related to, for example, energy consumption on this level. We used it also in another project. The other things that we can use is some devices that can be connected to another device to get information inside the virtual reality. It has a little bit of feeling of actual devices in games that we use, but it can be used as a industrial standard also method. One of the last part that virtual reality can be used is in the research. VR can be used either as a tool for doing research or as a topic of the research itself. One of the recent topics that I also published the paper, and you can check it, is using the virtual reality as a topic of the research. For example, testing the application of virtual reality for in-VR questionnaire design. If you know, we have the questionnaire for that we use as a paper-based or web-based, but it's important to also implement them inside VR. And in this study, we already checked the influence of using this type of questionnaire on the user perception of the environment and also user answer. We started by simple game in VR to make the user interacted with the environment, and then ask them to answer the questionnaire inside the virtual reality. We provide two different types of the in-VR questionnaire. One of them, as you see, it's a 2D questionnaire similar to the traditional one. And the other one is 3D questionnaire that is somehow a virtual device that we interact with different levels, levers and handles to answer the questions. as a conclusion for my presentation, and I hope I didn't run out of the time, it's VR has a variety of application even outside the entertainment industry, because entertainment is a main topic for the VR. And it can provide highly immersive environment to simulate real-world condition. It can be used as a collaborative tool and to increase the engagement and also efficiency. And it can be used as a tool either for running a research or for a topic for the research. And I'm sure with the future improvement in VR technology, we can expect more usage for this technology every day. Thank you so much for your time.
Oh, great. Thank you very much for this presentation of virtual reality. And now I wish my students to switch on the camera, that they put their questions. Okay, so Michaela, she's a student of the first class of game design. She has prepared one question.
Okay, so hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so I guess there has been a lot of development in the VR field these past years, and I don't know if you know that even Facebook wants to like create its own VR platform, and there are a few that already exist for some time. And because VR can create a virtual world where people can socialize, work together and play, but I wanted to, I guess, ask you if you think there's some like human aspect that is lost in VR, like real eye contact, real human touch, and does it really simulate real motor skills?
The point is, you know, during the pandemic, we feel maybe this topic more, that we have access to the maybe social media, and also this tool that we are using right now to contact to each other. It's working, but we always feel that there is not an actual person that I'm looking at. It's a monitor only. It will be always like this. You will never have the feeling of the actual people. And it's one of the maybe human aspects of every technology. But the point is, VR is providing us the opportunity to at least reduce the dependency of people on being at the same location. Maybe you need people as a personal aspect, as a social aspect. You would like to contact them in actual life. But for working time, you can really rely on virtual reality to have the efficient workflow, because you do not you can, first of all, you can simulate, you can have the eye contact even on VR, because VR devices has an eye tracker, and you can transfer the eye tracking information into the actual human eye tracking. Also, if you check, as you mentioned, the Facebook or Meta is working on the new realistic human parts for their platform, and probably they will also implement this. And they are not only providing the head and hand, they are making the full body visualization of the human inside the virtual environment. And if you want to know also more, you do not need to have to wear a full suit of or new clothes to simulate the whole body interactions. You can simulate the whole body interactions only with hands and head movement, because with using the machine learning and artificial intelligence, you can reproduce the actual human body condition with very, very few inputs.
Okay, thank you. Samuel Kocak, he is a student of the second class of game design.
Yes, hello. So my question would be, with virtual reality technology becoming much more available and gaining in popularity, what do you think it will look like in the next 5 to 10 years? Maybe what's the next logical evolution for the entire technology of it?
There are something that is personal expectation, and there are something the actual trend. The actual trend is going towards the more consumer-based devices, that everyone has something that is somehow cheap or a little bit more expensive. For example, Apple is also going inside this area. And yeah, absolutely everyone will go towards it. It will not remove the influence of the current console games or other things, because it's a totally different approach and totally different environment. But it will increase a lot. And if you check the trend of the published paper in recent year, you will see number of papers increasing significantly. I have some reports in some of my papers regarding this, that also the number of the VR devices that sold last year is 2 times more than the previous year, and it means it's a significant improvement. But personally, I think with the current technology and current approach, we will reach to some limits. VR devices are heavy. It means you cannot wear it for more than 30 minutes. They should find a solution for this. It means, do you remember, maybe you do not remember, also I remember hardly, but the first mobile phones, that was something this big, and people cannot use it as a personal device and yeah, for everyday life. But with improvement in mobile phones and reduce the size, everyone has 1 or 2 of them in their pocket. Virtual reality needs such a evolution to become more popular as well.
Okay, thank you. And Adam Churko, he's a student of the first class of game design.
Hello, it is me.
Yes.
My question is very similar to Samuel's. Like, okay, availability. But I'm asking more from an the economical aspect. Like, let's say this: we are like Slovakia for the last 2 years was on online education. A lot of kids were educated online, including my sister, who was 7 years old at the time, and it's all right. It works. She's at home. Everyone is safe. All right, but the majority of Slovakia, to say we live on the West, where everything is better. The infrastructure just works. But the majority of Slovakia is really falling behind, and many people don't even have a computer. And this made the online distance education very complicated. And I can't really imagine nowadays to everyone have the VR. When does this become a standard? You know, we are not even in the computer age fully. So when is going to be the step to VR? Because for VR, it's expensive. You need a lot of space for it if you're meaning to use the controllers for oh yeah, I'm gonna write on the board. I can manipulate it with things in the class. My question is if this is already working in some parts of the globe, or how many decades do you think it's gonna take for this to become the new standard?
I will go again towards the mobile phone example and give you some data. For example, I think the first commercially available mobile phone is for before 2000, year 2000, and it's 10 years before that, something like that. Yeah. And if you check the availability of this for the normal people, it takes about 20 years or 25 years that everyone has one mobile phone as a tool to use. When we check the release of the first consumer-based VR device, it's 2013 in the next in the second semester or third semester of 2013. It means we are less than 9 years of this technology. And this technology is something that is a little bit even different than mobile phone, because it's somehow it's very specific. It has a specific usage for now, and it's a little bit in some parts of world they think that it's unnecessary topic to have it. But I believe that it's something exactly like mobile phone, that people at the start thinks, okay, we do not need it, but after a while they find out they cannot live without it. It depends on the tools that will develop for this technology and how much it will be available for everyone. If there was no social media, maybe none of us will use mobile phone regularly because it's not meaningful. If there is a good social media for virtual reality, maybe all of us will use it in future. Also about the space that you need for interaction, VR has two different interaction systems, always sitting position or standing position. For sitting position, you need only a normal desk. You do not need to even stand up. And also about the price, it's cheaper than PS5. It means everyone that has console, I'm talking about Oculus Quest 2. And it's cheaper than one console. It means it's affordable for many people. I'm not telling everywhere in the world, but it can be affordable for many people in the world. And according to this price, it can be maybe even affordable as a personal device, not as a like mobile phones again. Mobile phone, everyone in the one flat has their own individual mobile phone. Maybe later they will have also their VR device.
Okay.
I have some like experience with VR because I own the Valve, the first generation, and I've seen really the price drop. Like we bought it not from like second-hand seller, but we bought it straight up from Valve themselves, and it back in the day it was like 2015 or 16. It costed exactly like 1,100 euros, but nowadays from Valve it only costs 600, and that's like the official price. Second-hand sellers can go even lower, and now the second generation Valve Index is at that price. The first generation was a couple of years back, so I think that's really crazy. And yeah, like the price is declining.
And also Valve is not a it's a little bit higher quality VR device. It's aiming a specific range of gamers. I have also one Valve Index beside me here on the desk, and because they knows that the people that waiting for Half-Life Alyx, they will spend money for Valve Index to experience it. It's something like this. But we should think more about consumer-based devices and more affordable ones. And Facebook is going towards it, and also I'm sure other companies will go towards.
Okay, thank you for answers. Thank you for your presentation. And now I will ask Sava Živković if he is here to turn his camera on. Okay.
I'm here.
We can see. So Sava Živković is director for Belgrade, and his main theme is CGI filmmaking, what means that it is a visual effects team, and now we shifted from game design through virtual reality, artificial intelligence to visual effects. So please, Sava, your presentation.
Yes, thank you for having me. That's, by the way, that's a perfect pronunciation of my last name, which not many people can get right. So thank you for that. Cool. Let me just start sharing my screen, just so I can see how this works. All right, is this on? Can you see the title?
Yes, it's okay.
Hopefully this works. Cool. Okay.
Fantastic.
Cool. All right. So welcome everyone. Let me just reset my timer real fast. Welcome to this CGI filmmaking talk. Just as a brief introduction about myself, I'm a director based in Belgrade, Serbia, and I collaborate mostly with two UK-based studios, Access Studio and Hydra Studios, where for work, I work as a director at kind of AAA game cinematics, and these are some of the cinematics I've directed over the years at Access, Destiny, Gears of War, Outriders, stuff like that, and many, many more currently in production and kind of under wraps. But in my free time, basically, this is the stuff that I do. I create my own short films, and I come from a sort of a CG generalist background where I've learned a little bit of every step of the way of production, and that has enabled me to slowly kind of learn filmmaking on my own terms in CG and animation. And I've made these films over the course of my career, where I've kind of learned filmmaking for one, but I also learned, different tool sets, different techniques, experimented with different approaches to filmmaking. That's one of the great examples of kind of working on personal projects, is because you're not really bound by strict deadlines apart from the self-imposed ones. You can really experiment with techniques and experiment with different filmmaking styles. And that's kind of what I've done over the years with a couple of these short films. Learn new tool sets, and that's eventually led me to one of my latest short films called Irradiation, which was done completely utilizing Unreal Engine. And that has completely, as someone who comes from a traditional offline rendered CGI pipeline coming into a real-time environment, it can be quite liberating. And I'm going to be focusing a little bit on that today. But the main focus on this talk is my journey with Previs. Previs is short for pre-visualization, for anyone who's not aware of the term. And pre-visualization is a process in CG animation that's used at the very start of the process. It's a very rough indication of what the short film or a trailer, whatever it is going to be. So it's something that's typically very rough, very kind of placeholder models, placeholder animations. It's basically a version of a 3D sketch in a way, where you're just roughly animating the cameras and animating all of the elements that are going to be in the trailer so that you can budget and schedule, the trailer or a short film accordingly. In my opinion, Previs is, from a purely filmmaking standpoint, Previs is one of the most important aspects of a CGI production. It's, again, speaking strictly from, the filmmaking standpoint, Previs is really where you make your film, where you make your animated film. It's where you decide all of the camera angles. It's where you decide, you set up your editing pace. It's where basically you make all of your creative choices at the very start of the project. And sure, there's, all of the important aspects that happen later on in production, like all of the production-y stuff. But from a purely filmmaking standpoint, you really make your own film in the Previs stage. Once the Previs is done, if it's placeholder assets, and if it's telling a story, if it's conveying a story with those placeholder assets, and if it's eliciting an emotional response from a viewer, it's only going to work even better when you actually have the final short nicely produced with all the final renders and assets and all of that. So that's kind of my standpoint on the process. And over the years, I've kind of tried to refine this process a little bit and tried to get the most out of it. And over the years of doing that, I've ran across this problem of what I call the cinematography problem with CG animation. And to explain that a little bit more closely, if you break down the pipeline of a CG animated film, trailer, whatever it is, your rough pipeline looks like this. So you start off with a previs or a 2D storyboard. Previs is an advanced version of a 2D storyboard, basically because it's in 3D, so you can animate the cameras. And then once you have the previs, once you know what you're making, then you do all the modeling, texturing, rigging, animation. And at the very end of the whole process is when you start lighting your actual shots. Lighting and rendering and compositing are usually, coupled together in this kind of single aspect. So if you look at the overall kind of process, so you have the previs, which happens at the very start, literally in the first couple of weeks of the project. And this is the part of the process where you're setting up all of your main camera work. So all of the main, in terms of camera movements, in terms of camera composition, this is where you're doing that. You can fine tune the cameras later on once you go into animation, but largely, for the most part, your cameras will remain unchanged in terms of the overall idea for a composition. But then you have your lighting, which basically happens 6 months down the line from when you've done your cameras. And speaking from a strictly cinematography perspective, this is a big problem because in live action, I mean, lighting is absolutely integral to cinematography. It's one of the most important aspects of cinematography. And in animation, you don't really have that in typical animation processes. In animation, camera work in terms of camera animation and composition is completely separate to the lighting, which always happens at the very end. So you're not really able to, approach the cinematography in a similar way that you would with live action. With live action, sure, you can plan ahead and you can, do all the specific bespoke lighting, but a lot of times in live action, you have this sort of freedom, this sort of kind of almost a happy accident moment where you would be arriving on a set or on a location, And you might see something that you haven't really planned for, and that might give you a new idea. You can just point the camera in a different direction. You might find something very interesting, or your actor might do something interesting on the shoot, and you can just kind of capture that. And you can be reactive a little bit to the process. With animation, that's always not been the case, because animation has to be pre-planned very, very early on and very strictly. And that's something that over the years I was really struggling with. I was always jealous of the live action processes and the kind of the creative aspect of filmmaking that you have with live action. I always wanted to kind of find a workflow where I can kind of include a little bit of that workflow in animation, a little bit of that, not so much pre-planned, but a little bit more, process with a little bit more liberty and exploration, and kind of being reactive to things rather than thinking of every single step from ahead of time. So to show you a little bit about my general kind of previous I guess progression over the years. This is a short that I've done ages ago, and it's an architectural short for an EAMS case study house number 8. So this is what I considered a previs at the time. It's basically a finished environment just before the rendering. So I just animated all of the cameras, did the edits so I knew which frames to render, and then I did the finished rendering, which, if you compare it to the final, it looks kind of something like this. And it's, it's pretty much the same thing shot for shot. It's just rendered out. But this isn't, if I go back that slide, this really isn't a previs. This would be considered in your animation industry, this would be considered an animation pass, not really a previs pass, because pre-visualization is something that happens at the start of the project. It's, establishing all of the shots ahead of time so you know exactly what you need to model and what you need to make. This was a little bit of a different process at the time, but it's how I started, basically. So from there on out, I'll show you something that's more typical of a previous process in the animation industry. So this is way more indicative of what you would find like in your regular projects. This is taken from another short film of mine called IVGC. And this is something that's, this would be a very typical of a previous process. You have, a very, very rough indication of geometry, a very rough indication of a shot, but, the shot and edit construction is there, and it kind of tells the story, and it conveys the idea. It's, you kind of have to leave up a lot to the imagination when you're working with stuff like this, because it's very uninspiring, it's very rough. And in animation, you always have to kind of imagine and trust your process that the end result is going to look something like this in the bottom right. But in, again, from the directing and from the cinematography perspective, of course, you want to work with the bottom right, but, getting to the stage of a bottom right image takes a lot of time. And if you don't do this previous process, you're going to be wasting a lot of time because you're just going to be kind of driving and building stuff aimlessly that you don't know whether you'll use or not. So from this point onwards, this is another previs that I've done for one of the next projects that I did called the Playgrounds for this art conference in the Netherlands. And again, this is a previs that I've done at the time, which is very, very rough looking. But this is where I kind of fine-tuned the process a little bit in terms of using stock assets from Google Warehouse and kind of building scenes very, very quickly and building the edits very, very quickly, so I can just get an idea of a film before I actually dive into it. And this was incredibly instrumental in kind of finishing this thing in a very short time span. I'll just show you a little bit of a clip of the finished film. But you can see basically, again, the shot construction is there. It's just, nicer with the assets. But again, in terms of the previs, very rough, very uninspiring, very blocky, nothing crazy to work with. We all want to work with images like these, not with the kind of blocky, grayscale stuff. So, excuse me, an interesting point that happened across both of these projects is that this is the time where I started using this render engine called Octane Render. And the Octane is a GPU-based render for like any 3D application of your choice. And what it does really well is it has this interactive viewport. This is a sped up footage, obviously, but you can kind of see that when you rotate the camera around, you get real, lighting feedback, interactive lighting feedback. And you can actually, fine tune your shots. You can compose your shots and compose them to light and shadow, just like a real cinematographer would. So this is something that was definitely very inspiring at the time. But again, being able to work like this, you kind of have to build all of the assets. This wasn't really used in a previous process. This was used in the lighting process at the end. And to me, the whole point was trying to get this sort of interactivity and this sort of play with light and exploring the space that's completely lit and finding shots. This is something that I wanted to bring earlier in the process, in the previous. So this is definitely like a good reference point and a step in the right direction, but was still kind of unusable for me in the actual previous stage. So from that, I've done this little experimental short called Icons, which is kind of another love letter to architecture. And I've tried to use a different process for this one, where I didn't do any previs. All I did was I shot a bunch of scenes, and I've just completely, used this Octane viewport to find my shots, to compose my cameras, and I rendered them out, and then I found the short basically later on in editing. Now, this led to a lot of shots that weren't used, and it's definitely not the most production-friendly process. It's not something I would use on a client project. This is a personal experimental film, so it was kind of well suited for that. But it was very liberating because in a way, I wasn't working with previs, I was working with final frame renders. So when I got into the edit, I was just working with final shots, which is incredibly fun to work with. So it was kind of, further tickling my desire to refine the process a little bit more. Excuse me. So from here on out, this is kind of me trying to get a little bit of that sense of lighting in my typical 3D previs process. So this is 3ds Max. I typically work in Max. And this is me trying to, this is still a previs. This is very, very rough looking, but it's at least trying to get a little bit of lighting information in there, at least some lighting information that's, far from final, but at least it gives me something to work with and at least compose shots with a little bit more of kind of precision in terms of the intent of what I wanted to do with lights. Still pretty far off in terms of the actual kind of look that I was after, but definitely a step in the right direction for me. This was also the moment where I've kind of fine-tuned my editing process for previs. Again, I'm a self kind of learned generalist, and when you're making your own personal short films, you kind of have to wear multiple hats at the same time. Editing is definitely a passion of mine, and I enjoy editing my films, but working with sound designers, that's always something that happens at the very end. So being able to edit temporary sound design that's going to be replaced is incredibly helpful, because sound conveys story pretty much as the images themselves. And you kind of have to, give it the same care and the same amount of time as you're devoting to your visuals as well. But from that point onwards, I've continued experimenting with 3ds Max viewport. And at the time, they added some kind of viewport shading models where you could actually have depth of field, you can have reflections. So this is a previs that I've done for one of the Gears of War trailers that I've created at Axis. That this is the unused opening kind of sequence. But this was a great example of kind of, all right, this is definitely going in the right direction. This is strictly 3ds Max viewport, so I can rotate my camera, I can find shots, I can find interesting lighting just based off of the viewport. And I can think as a cinematographer in the previous stage, which is incredibly helpful. And then from there is the biggest change that happened to me, and that is this amazing software called Blender, which I'm sure all of you are familiar with, or at least to some degree. I can't really show the previs for this project because this was a pitch that never happened. So all I can show is like the camera of working and kind of walking around the scene. But this is a previs scene. So this is not, everything here is placeholder. All of the assets are very rough, very placeholder. But the sense of lighting that you get in Blender in the viewport is absolutely amazing. You have, gorgeous depth of field. You have amazing volumetric lighting, amazing PBR shading, amazing kind of shadows and reflections and all of that. And all of this in the flexibility of a regular 3D software, which basically enables you to animate the characters, quickly rig or quickly model something for the purposes of the previs. And this has completely liberated my creative process in terms of filmmaking and animation, because now I can approach filmmaking in animation very early on in the early previs stages at this quality of a preview, where I can really compose the shots to lighting. I can rotate lights very easily and create interesting, shapes and kind of emulate a little bit of what would happen on a live action set. So this was absolutely instrumental in kind of my, I guess, journey in my previs, kind of finding the optimal previs process over the little bit over a 14-year career at this point. But this still hasn't fixed some of the problems that I was facing with the whole process. So if you see here, you'll see, bottom left is the previs, and then the full frame is the final kind of animation shot from some of my short films that I've done over the years. And it's still, the process of, creating a previs in Blender definitely mitigates some of those kind of creative setbacks that I had. But I still was very much so kind of in this same kind of almost like Groundhog Day of repeating the same task over and over again. But when you're creating an animated short film, I'm sorry, my throat is getting super sore in this moment. So in your typical, while you're creating animated short films, you're almost like what I say, like walking the timeline of your editor. So you're creating a timeline in your edit where you're creating a 2D storyboard, and then you're recreating that same timeline again with a 3D previs. Then you're recreating that same timeline again with your animation pass. And then you're recreating that same timeline again with your final renders and maybe versions of those renders. So it's this very, very repetitive process where you're constantly recreating the same thing and just kind of updating everything. And this sense of kind of establishing the edit at the start of the project and then constantly recreating it and updating it is something that I found very boring after a lot of years in animation. It's a process that was, like I mentioned, like it's almost like a Groundhog Day where you're kind of constantly repeating the same motions over and over again. And I love animation, I love filmmaking, don't get me wrong, but I also kind of hate animation because of this, because it's the same, it's very slow process, and it's a very slow creative process as well. And you need a lot of time, you need a lot of patience for it. And after a while, it starts becoming a little bit kind of stale creatively for me. And this is the point where Unreal Engine comes into play and saves me from my creative rut in creating animation, and completely changes, the future of filmmaking for me, and especially the future of independent, animated filmmaking, which wasn't a thing at all up until lately. So considering everything that I've said so far, compare the experience of working in Unreal Engine. In Unreal, everything is completely real time and completely right in front of you. You're seeing all the textures, reflections, shadows. You're seeing light in all of its glory bouncing off of complex animations and materials. And this experience fills you with ideas that you wouldn't normally get while working in your grayscale environment of your random 3D software. Like, for example, you might see a shadow that's informing like an interesting composition for your shot. Or you might see a puddle, and maybe showing your character through that reflected puddle has a deeper meaning for your story. But try finding that puddle again in your regular 3D software. It's completely non-existent. So that's kind of the early days of working in Unreal, and the kind of the immediate reaction that I had with the feedback that you get from this software. It immediately opens up and gets all of those restrictions that I previously had with animation, and it kind of throws them into a dumpster, and it creates this wonderful creative playground for you to explore, basically, and find your film in it. Another very important aspect of filmmaking with Unreal Engine is its influence on the motion capture process. So again, typical in the motion capture, similarly to the previs, in motion capture, your actors would typically see themselves on like a preview screen as gray placeholder models. But with utilizing Unreal Engine, you can just have a screen off the side that's playing their real-time version of themselves, and they can see their real-time version of themselves in real time. They can see the design of their costume, for example, if they're like hazmat suit guys like we had for irradiation. They can see the constraints of the design and how they need to adjust their performance in real time. They don't have to leave up so much to the imagination, because motion capture in itself can be very sterile, and being able to see your close to final images in real time is absolutely incredible for the actors themselves. But then again, from the directing and from the cinematography perspective, being able to use a virtual camera like this completely changes the way how you shoot motion capture. Typically, motion capture isn't shot the same way as your live action film would be shot, because in motion capture, you can just, record the whole takes. You're not beholden to the camera angle. So you can record, 2 or 3 minutes of takes of animation performance, and then you can fine tune them later on and cut them apart into specific shots. But in doing so, your motion capture performance recording session is more akin to theater, because you're looking at a full body performance. You're not looking at the performance in the context of the shot. But having a virtual camera on stage like this one, you can actually frame up your shots, and you can look at the performance from the camera's perspective, from the camera's point of view. And that's, goes really far to kind of bring this whole experience of shooting closer to live action, because you really can focus in on the minutes of the performance right then and there. You could do this previously with just, looking at the performance from the similar sort of angle, but being able, again, to look at from an actual virtual camera's perspective is absolutely essential to the filmmaking process. And then once you've recorded the motion capture, this is what you get. You get an infinitely loopable, replayable animation that you've captured, and this is your digital playground now. This is your the version of your live action set, only in the digital sense, where you can control all the elements of nature. You can infinitely replay your performance, and you can fine tune your camera angles. You can fly around, find different angles, find what works, what doesn't work. It's so fun and so liberating to be working in this sense, compared to, again, everything that I've shown previously. By just flying around and seeing all of these, performances from different angles, it immediately, gives you an idea, or, tens of thousands of different ideas that you didn't really think of before. So what I'm showing here is basically, even though I didn't want to use any previs for irradiation, my main goal for irradiation was to basically be as explorative and as reactive as I could to the performances. So the film wasn't driven by the previs, it was driven by performances. And then I just shot those performances and found the film in the edit. And I did this because I didn't want to do that same repetitive process of completely, repeating the same process of the previs and kind of recreating those same shots. I wanted to be way more reactive to what we shot on the day in terms of motion capture. That being said, you can't go in with, no plan at all. As a filmmaker, you still need to have an idea of how you want to shoot the sequence, a rough guideline, as it were. So I created a little bit of a, shot list, and this is something you would do regardless of whatever you're shooting, just to give you an initial idea of how you want to, cover the scenes. But then this shot list was only used as an initial guide. I would find in every sequence, in every scene, I would find so much more interesting angles that I couldn't even think of before, because now I'm seeing everything in front of me. I'm seeing everything in real time. And the value of that is absolutely incredible. It completely, again, flips the whole process of producing animation on its head. I've never, in my 14 years of experience, I've never even realized that this day will be so close, but here it is. And to give you a bit of an idea of how easy it is to find shots, you just play the animation, you fly around with your camera until you see something that clicks with your ideas. Animating the camera is super easy because you're doing everything in real time. so you can just, immediately see the results. No need for play blasting. And then on top of that, I like this angle because of the lighting, but again, it's very easy to change the lighting. Maybe I want a different direction for the sun, or maybe I want a soft top light, or maybe a rim light. Maybe that rim light is too intense now. Maybe I'll just, reduce it, and maybe I'll find a different angle for it. All of these things in your offline render, pipeline in animation, this process can take up to hours and days even to do what I just did here in a couple of seconds. So strictly, creatively speaking, this is a gold mine. Like, adjusting the environments, you can just do that with a few clicks, where you can just kind of sculpt around the terrain and add, the different detail in terms of what you want to shot to flow. You can add more foliage with just a couple of clicks, duplicate a couple of mountains to create more leading lines that lead to your point of interest in the shot. All of this, you're able to edit basically at the speed of thought. I was never considering myself a painter. Let me just pause this video here. I never considered myself a painter, although I love painting. But this is kind of the closest that I was ever able to get to it. And it really felt like this, that you can recreate and kind of change all these imaginary worlds by, at the speed of thought, basically. It's the most powerful experience I've ever had of creating an animated short. And on top of that, again, it was, I think, previously mentioned in a couple of previous lectures, but it's possible to create a rather inexpensive virtual camera setup for your home office just with the help of HTC Vive. And this, again, further helps for you to re-record specific takes after the fact, which is, again, incredibly powerful to be able to do this in your own home, basically. And then on top of that, this whole process has changed my editing process dramatically for the better, because now I'm not beholden to the previs. I'm just recording shots in their very long takes. Every single shot that I've done, I recorded it, probably 5 times longer than I needed it. But now I have all of that flexibility to find the edit and fine tune the edit, basically by trimming all of those shots and maybe reusing them in a different way. And you would never be able to do this in the traditional animation. In traditional animation, once you know what your shot length is from the previs, you're basically beholden to it, and you only render the frames that you need. But because rendering is free almost now with Unreal Engine, you can just render as as many frames as you absolutely need. It's completely up for grabs. I guess just to end on this point, if I haven't given it enough praise already, the most kind of I guess the biggest compliment I can give to Unreal Engine and the team behind Unreal Engine is, again, I've been working in CG animation for over 14 years now, and every single time that I've made an animated film, I felt as if I'm going through a technical nightmare of pressing buttons and figuring how to render things out, and oh no, there's a bunch of noise, and why is this glitching? Why is there flickering? Why can't I render this? This is taking too long. And with Unreal, the experience of creating irradiation is pretty much the first time where I've actually felt like I'm just there on a live action set and I'm shooting a film. And that's probably the highest praise I can give it right now. If it gives you that sort of a feeling, you're doing something right as a software provider. So just to slowly wrap things up, looking ahead and the future of filmmaking, this term gets thrown around, I think, a lot these days, but Unreal Engine is definitely playing a big part in the future of filmmaking. Not just in the terms of LED stages and all of that stuff, virtual production, what they're using at Mandalorian and kind of high budget films like that, but the ability to democratize this software and basically opens up this whole world that wasn't really existing before of independent animation. I mean, independent animation, obviously you've had independent animated shorts for years and years, but it's always a myth. Like how are you able to create an animated short independently? It's an incredible amount of work that goes into that. That's basically only surviving on passion. And now with the mega grant support and just the availability of this render engine that is completely free and an entire ecosystem around it, it completely changes the game, and it changes the approach of kind of creating short films, not just on a technical level, but on a massively creative level. The creative benefits that you have with working with Unreal from a cinematography standpoint are completely immeasurable and unmatched in my experience in any other software out there. So the only thing for me now to kind of reflect upon is what could be improved. So Unreal Engine has completely, democratized the rendering side of things. Environment assembly with Quixel assets or with whatever assets, just assembling the environment is vastly faster now. Rendering is pretty much, like I said, non-existent. So that all speeds up the production of a short film tenfold. But the only thing still that is very time consuming is animation. To get really good quality character animation, including body and the face, you need to use good motion capture systems, and also you need to do a lot of work on top of that. Motion capture systems may give you a false sense of security, but motion capture is just a tool. You still have to do quite a bit of animation on top of it to make it work seamless. Whether that's fixing errors, whether that's reanimating specific motions to give them a little bit more emphasis, or whether if it's just fixing penetration and geometry collision, if your hand goes through your torso or something like that. So you still have to do that, and that's the only thing that that's kind of holding us up from getting a real, almost like live action experience in shooting animation in the same way we would shoot a live action film. And if we were able to have a perfect motion capture system that's running in real time, that's giving you perfect animation, facial and body in real time, well, you would be able to shoot the animation on the same basis as a live action film. You would be able to just record it with a virtual camera on the stage on the day. You would dump the shots out of a virtual camera on a drive at the end of the day, and then you would be able to start editing the film the very next day, completely circumventing all of the setup in Unreal and everything like that. And that day, I believe, is much, much closer than any of us think. I think all of this stuff is kind of growing exponentially, and I'm extremely excited to see where this all goes. To end on a slightly positive note, or maybe hopefully a vastly positive note, the playing field has been leveled in terms of Unreal Engine and Epic Games have completely democratized this tool that's absolutely incredible, that allows you to learn filmmaking at your own pace in your own home if you want. But this creates an interesting question that I want to leave you with, and that is basically back in the day, you kind of had to stand out. There's very few people that can create nice looking images in 3D or realistic animations or whatever of that nature. And in order to stand out, all you needed to do back in the day was create a realistic render, because not a lot of people could make it. But nowadays, with Unreal Engine and with all of the assets that are available in this vast ecosystem around Unreal Engine, everybody has access to the same thing, basically. And everybody is going to, what happens when everyone has access to cinematic quality animation software, where you're going to see a lot of similar things out there. And this is kind of the most important part for me, is if you're kind of after a filmmaking career in animation, work on your craft and work on your ideas and on your stories and on your kind of filmmaking style, because no matter how fast computers become, and they'll become even faster than this, although this is pretty amazing that we have real time today that's capable of these things. No matter how fast any of that becomes, animation, all of the kind of aspects of CGI production, it doesn't still compare to learning your filmmaking craft and learning to become a filmmaker. That stuff still takes years and years to develop, even decades to develop properly, and that is the stuff that is going to separate you from everywhere else, because it's your filmmaking voice, basically. At the end of the day, these are just tools, amazing tools that help us tell stories better or learn faster. But these are just tools, and if you don't have anything to say with them. You might have, you know, the most realistic renders out there, but they're not going to count for much if you don't have anything to say with them. So just as a bit of an ending note there, again, the craft and the artistry behind your work is, in my opinion, always going to be more important than the tool sets that you're using to create them with. So with that, I just want to say thank you all, and thank you for having me here. I'll yeah, hang around a little bit for any questions that you guys might have, but hopefully this was an interesting kind of breakdown of some of my process.
Yes, great. I appreciate your presentation very much. I like this idea about, or this interpretation that nowadays softwares democratize something that was forbidden for most of people, and it is the same process as it happened with, for example, with camera. Digital camera brought some democratization. Later, editing softwares brought democratization, and nowadays this Maya software that was for the first very expensive, and the second very hard to learn. So it is changing for this Unreal Engine, and it is this software that I really recommend for my students too.
Exactly. One point I will add to that is like you mentioned, the camera democratization. That's a really interesting kind of parallel that I like to make with what Unreal Engine is. I think there's a lot of misconceptions out there because Unreal Engine is, you know, it's free for everyone. It's very intuitive to learn, and then you get all of these assets that you can just drag and drop in, and immediately you get something that looks pretty good. So a lot of people think that, you know, oh, it's easy, you know, I can just do this and I can create a short film. Whereas creating a short film is something that's way more all-encompassing and difficult than just, you know, knowing Unreal Engine. The way I like to compare that to the example that you just made with the cameras, obviously that's the DSLR democratization that happened, but Unreal Engine to me is like something way more powerful. So it's kind of similar to, if you would compare it to, you know, the Arri Alexa cameras, the professional film grade cameras that are used in all the Hollywood films. Those Arri Alexa cameras are amazingly, you know, expensive for a good reason. But imagine if Arri Alexa just decided one day, hey, our cameras are free, like Unreal Engine. You can grab them at any corner of the store, at any city you're in. You just grab your camera. Does this immediately make you a good filmmaker because now you have access to a professional camera? And the real answer there is no, it doesn't. You know, just by having access to that camera doesn't really mean that you know how to make a film. And that's the point that I'm trying to make with Unreal. Unreal is an amazing tool set. But, you know, this whole thing of making animated films goes way deeper and way broader, I guess, more subject. It covers more subjects than just knowing how to render images. So there's a technical side of things, but that's why I'm kind of purposefully kind of, you know, trying to, I guess, allude to the fact that, you know, your creativity and your storytelling and your style, your artistry, this is what's really important. The tools like Unreal are amazing at enabling you to do that stuff, but it's you know, your art that's the most important thing that you can develop as an artist. I'm a huge advocate for that. I owe all of my, you know, career successes so far to those personal films that I've done early on. If I haven't done those, I wouldn't be nowhere near kind of in the position where I am today. You know, my personal films and my personal projects are the most important thing for me, and they should be for, I think, everyone, really, whether those are films or renders or 3D models, whatever it is. Your personal work is kind of what defines you and what really shows you know, your true unfiltered artistry, basically. So yeah, I know that's a bit of a tangent, but just wanted to make that comparison.
Yes, thank you very much. Now it's time for questions of our students. We have two questions from our students. The first one will put our student from first year of visual effects, William Chorniak.
Hello. First of all, great presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
My question is, what was the biggest challenge for you when you started with Unreal Engine?
Ah, man, I think the biggest challenge really was just getting adjusted to it, because I've been using, regular 3D software like Max, like for the better part of the decade, and I'm so used to 3ds Max. It's like my second skin, all the shortcuts and everything. And then Unreal is, it's very intuitive. It's very easy to get into, but you still have to do a lot of adjusting at the start. And the big difference, I think, is I think that's what a lot of people, and what for me especially, like why it took me so long to get adjusted to Unreal, because I started learning Unreal probably 5 different times from scratch, like 5 years ago. I started once and I was like, no, this isn't for me. I can't do this. And then I was like, all right, this is getting better. I should probably learn Unreal. And then I started again and I still couldn't learn it. So I was like, no, screw this. But I think the biggest obstacle for me there was just the fact that I was expecting it to be, when you're in a 3D software like Max, learning Blender aside is easy, because Blender and Maya and Cinema 4D, any other 3D software, have the same logic behind them. It's the absolute same software, that they can do the same things. They just have buttons in different places. Unreal Engine has a completely different logic to it and a completely different mentality to it, because it's a games engine. It's not a 3D animation software. It's a games. It's a software primarily made for video games, for interactive things, not the 3D software. And that's a very important distinction to make, because I was constantly frustrated with Unreal of why is it so different? Why does it work like this? Why can't I just do something that would take me literally a second in 3ds Max takes 10 minutes to set up in Unreal, with shader trees and whatnot. So that's the stuff that I just wouldn't accept at the start. I just wouldn't accept that this is something that's completely different. But then once I've kind of rewired my brain and accepted that this is, all right, I shouldn't be looking at this as a 3D animation software. This is a games engine with its own set of rules, with its own different logic. Then I was kind of more open to it, and I was kind of came to terms with it, and I was able to learn it. So it was just, I think that was really the biggest thing, is just accepting it for what it is, and not trying to fit it in my logic of 3D, but accepting a new kind of a thing. But once you do that, I would explain kind of the learning curve of Unreal is, it's a very steep kind of start. The first month is very, very steep and hard, where you're just trying to wrap your head around everything. But then it becomes so intuitive. I mean, I can tell you this, like I've used Unreal, I mean, basically for irradiation. That was my first kind of experience with it, first proper experience. And after I've made that film, I went back into Max a couple of months later for another work project, and I was missing my controls in Unreal, so I wanted to use Max the same way that I used Unreal. So that's the kind of the point I want to make, is even though I've been using Max for a long time, only using Unreal for a month already made me so well adjusted to it that it was so incredible to learn. So yeah, it's just that. I think that was the biggest curve, is just adjusting to everything. I will say though that I don't want to give any false impressions, because my knowledge in Unreal is actually very limited. I don't know crazy amount of things in Unreal. Basically, what I know how to do is I know how to import my character animations and assets. I know how to, work a little bit with materials. I know how to set up my lighting and renders, but, that comes from a wider, experience of making CG images for over a 14-year period. So if you know how to make a kind of a render of a style, whatever style you're working in Max, in V-Ray, in Octane, in Redshift, you'll know how to make it in Unreal as well. And it's the same thing with the cameras. If you know how to animate your cameras in whatever 3D software, you know how to animate them in Unreal, because the principles are the same. It's just the buttons are in different places in the software. So again, my experience with Unreal is you would be surprised how little I actually know, given the fact that I made a short film in it. But you don't have to know, crazy amounts. Unreal gets really complicated when you're trying to create games and interactive experiences and the blueprints and all of that stuff. For animated films, you don't need any of that. You just need to know how to work with cameras, with lights, and with a sequencer, and that's basically it. So it's a bit of a weird position, but hopefully that answers the question.
Okay, thank you. Next question will put Marian Valovic. He's a student of the 4th class, the first class of master studies. Marian.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Hey.
Would you say that offline renders are becoming more or are redundant? Well, for all people, or mostly for students or independent filmmakers that are like us?
I wouldn't say redundant. See, there's an interesting drive towards real time lately in the kind of CG VFX industry. Everything is going that route. Everything is going real time, and not specifically Unreal Engine related, but there's a big push for everything to just become real time. So all of the major kind of render engine softwares out there, like Arnold or V-Ray or Redshift, everyone's creating their own version of a real-time render engine connected to their own, so there'll be a real-time Redshift render, or there'll be a real-time Arnold render. And I don't think offline rendering is going to go away anytime soon, because there's a lot of things that you still can't do. Specifically talking about Unreal, there's a lot of things that you still can't do in Unreal. I know they've just added support for VDBs, like the volumes and stuff like that, the actual explosions and smoke simulations and that stuff, like actual 3D smoke simulations. They've added support for that, but I don't think you can run super high resolution simulations there. So it's you're kind of limited with what you can do in real time. So anything that's effects heavy is probably best catered to an offline render engine, like whatever it is, But anything that's involved with heavy effects, heavy use of particles, heavy, stuff like that is definitely better suited to an offline render. I think it really depends on. I mean, I would say, as an independent, kind of filmmaker, if you're trying to make a short film, I would say look no further than Unreal, because it's by far the best option out there. Specifically talking about myself again, I'm not. My goal isn't. My goal is I'm working as a director, and I want to continue working as a director. I want to make longer films. So to me, the final image quality isn't the most important thing for my process. If I'm able to create a short film in Unreal that's going to enable me to approach the filmmaking part in a more creative manner, like I've explained now, I can live with a little bit of image imperfection that Unreal gives you compared to high quality, offline renders. So to me, it's more important if I can create a better film, a better story, just by having this better creative experience, I'm definitely going to choose that over, pixel perfect image, because I'm not trying to get a job as a rendering artist. I'm trying to get a job as a director, and that's what I'm kind of, after. So I would say if that's your goal, I would definitely stick with Unreal, and you can live with image imperfection. If the story works, that's the only thing that matters. But yeah, in terms of offline render engines, I'm sure they're here to stay, especially in big studios when you're dealing with very complicated effects, very complicated scenes, very complicated hundreds and hundreds of characters and stuff like that for films. Stuff like that still runs much better in an offline pipeline. But it's all it's all kind of it's all evolving. I wouldn't be surprised that stuff like this changes. And again, to give you a little bit of a perspective as well, I'm not the person with the most foresight. If you asked me 5 years ago, would I ever use Unreal Engine for a short film, I would have told you no way. I would have told you that no, I don't care for Unreal at all, And look at me now, I'm like properly, geeking out about the possibilities that you can do with it. So it kind of changed, my perception quite a bit in the last couple of years. So I wouldn't be surprised if what I just said now gets, subverted in the next couple of years and it becomes completely real time applicable everywhere, The point being is that it definitely has a place in a larger industry. Like even if they don't use it for final frames, for example, it still has a place as a previous tool, as you know, something else. Even if they use it as, see, there's an interesting point in Unreal now where you have the actual like V-Ray render engine plugins for Unreal and Octane render engine for Unreal, so you can actually install them in Unreal. And this is an interesting point because now you can kind of, it doesn't work, I think, yet as perfectly as it's intended. I haven't tried it, but the point is that you can use all the benefits of real time, like I explained now, where you're kind of exploring the scene and finding the shots. But then when you're rendering final frames, you just switch to Octane or you switch to V-Ray and you export final frames that render a lot longer, but you get all the benefits of, you know, a proper ray trace engine versus like a game, a rasterization engine. So you do get, you know, plenty of benefits with it. But again, for me, you know, Unreal Engine 5 looks pretty damn good. I'm not sure if I need any, you know, V-Rays or anything like that. There's that real-time GI looks pretty good, if you ask me. So yeah.
And may I have another question?
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
How did you approach compositing during your irradiation movie?
Very minimal. I almost didn't approach it at all.
Right.
So again, the point for me was kind of, I guess, removing all of those unnecessary, not really unnecessary steps, but compositing also takes a lot of time. Like if you're going to be doing per shot compositing, it takes quite a bit of time. My goal with irradiation was to get as much of a close to final image as I possibly can in Unreal. So that meant, you know, all of the lighting, all of the fog, all of the effects, everything was done inside Unreal. Practically, there was no compositing in irradiation. The only thing that I've done in post was color grading and some sort of kind of final film conversion stuff. So it's just you know, the clean render from Unreal that was just color graded in post, not really composited. There was maybe 5 shots that had some minor compositing done to them, like maybe adding the blood and stuff like that. But most of the shots were straight out of Unreal, just graded in post. And you can create, you know, final graded shots in Unreal as well. But I like to do my grading in post and edit because I have the whole clear idea of the whole film. I have the whole, you know, filming context, so I can see how this, you know, shot connects to the next one, and I can grade with that in mind. I don't do my edits in Unreal. I just work on a shot per shot basis, and I just export all of the shots. You can edit your film in Unreal as well, which is pretty crazy, but because I briefly shown that kind of workflow that I use with sound, with editing, Premiere is just a way faster tool for that to me. I mean, Unreal is probably going to get there one day, but yeah, Premiere just works much better for me at the moment. So yeah.
All right, thank you.
Okay, we have one hand raised up, so please, Mrs. Zacharowska, probably you have some kind of questions switch on your camera.
And by the way, thanks. I believe it was Marian who actually contacted me for this presentation.
Yes.
So thank you for doing so. It's
no,
it's
I
pleasure.
thank you.
So, Mrs. Tatiana Zacharowska, the question.
Yes, I don't have a question, but I want to thank you, Sava, for your lecture. And I just want to make a quick note to my students, so students of game design, that Previs is not just for the visual effects students, but it is a great tool even when you're creating games, when you're designing your interaction. If you want to have control over dynamic elements in your 3D games, and you want to save yourself a great lot of trouble with your animators, with your lighting, with your 3D modelers, environmental design, do it.
Mm-hmm.
Do it before you start creating real in-game assets and assigning work to everybody.
Okay, thank
Good
you.
point. Thank you.
thank you for your note. And now please, can we turn on all our cameras to see each other, because we now heard and saw the last presentation of the second day of our conference. So we'll try to see each other, everybody who can turn camera in this moment. And there is time if somebody want to say something more. I see our another teacher from game design, Adam Krutak. Maybe he can want to tell something.
Well, I just have to thank you. Like it was really a good presentation. I really appreciate the way. You know, I'm not a filmmaker. I'm also game artist, so I'm doing games, and this is great to me to see like how the game engine can be implemented into the video or filmmaking pipeline. So good, and thank you for the presentation. I checked your portfolio recently, and it's really great. So great job.
Well, thanks for saying so. It's yeah, I really think, again, like, not to give it too much praise, but Unreal is really just you know, an absolutely incredible thing that happened to the industry, and you know, I'm still very much hot off the whole experience of making that short film, that I just can't wait to dive into the next one. So yeah, it's definitely an exciting time for sure.
Okay, so in case if nobody want to tell some notion, so I try to share and to recapitulate what we did during these 2 days. So we just spent 2 days during International Visual Effects and Game Design Conference. It was streamed by internet, by YouTube, so you can look on YouTube on some details from these presentations. During the first day, we saw amazing presentations from our students from 4th class of studies of visual effects. Then there was amazing presentations from 8 students from Portuguese University Lusófona. And today we had very perfect ideas from Tatiana Zacharowska about social impact in games, and probably very important ideas, exactly as Sava said, that one way is to make the perfect image, but the second way is to have story, to have what to tell, and what it will be important for everybody. Then we heard Michal Fiadatov from Estonia, mainly about choices in narrative games. Then we spoke about money, about value of NFTs in games. Later we spoke about anatomy of failure from Diego Andrade from Portugal, from University Lusófona de Humanidades and Tecnologias Lisbon. Later we heard Said Safikani from Austria. He spoke about virtual reality, a technology for every discipline, and in the end we heard visual effects director from Belgrade, and he spoke mainly about his experience with CGI filmmaking and about Unreal Engine as the latest great software. So now if somebody wants to tell something important, so it is this moment to tell it. Okay, so I just recapitulate this main idea of our meeting, that one thing is to make artistic picture, but the second thing is to make story and to put in this story probably philosophy, and it means not just in film but also in game design products to think what philosophy is important, for whom it is, to still it's time to educate people around the world, educate them about so basic informations as no aggression, no war please, no fights, no some general ideas that we know from Athens, from Greek culture, and now we can see that everything is done in absolutely different way, and we don't agree with this, and we want to do everything against the war in the world. So I want to thank you to everybody who accepted this today's conference, and during next days on our web page there will be all these presentations, and it will be acceptable for students not just from our school but also from for students from Estonia, Portugal, Finland, Austria, and probably in future we'll try to make this conference also with next teachers, because we pushed our conference on a new level. If last year we had 4 countries, we had Turkey, we had Czech Republic, we had Portuguese lectures. So today we had 6 new nations, and for future we plan to make the same presentation of also students on basic level, on bachelor or master degree. So I think that these 2 days was really successful. I love it, and I want to thank you everybody about your support and for your effort that what happened. And I wish you and us a lot of successes in our love with film and video game. Right, wave.
Yes. Well said.
Thank you.
Thanks for having us. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Goodbye.